we try our best to communicate openly with our clients. you know. And they don't put staff. They don't put 4-H staff. At least, at least. No, you haven't. You haven't made it yet. I said yet. I said yet. You just hold on. Okay. There's some votes in probably. You know. It's just, no. I'm just kidding. But no, I thought it was hilarious. I mean, no one ever really knows about that. But for them, it to me it makes me go, I get what you guys have to go through. Like I used to go, "Man, what's the big deal? So and so's mom's just calling, and why's everybody? Now I know, because they're mean sometimes. They really are. The great thing is 9 out of 10 of them are fantastic people. They're wonderful to work with, and they make your job worth doing, right? And that's the good thing. But every now and then you get the folks that make you gray haired, and there's that. 3,761 help email requests. So, you know, that's a lot, y'all. Every day, even though we're not running it 24/7, we come in first thing in the morning. We check all the emails to see who needed assistance in the off hours, and we go start dealing with them. Okay? These are things you guys don't have to deal with. Okay? Well, hopefully you don't have to deal with. So that's 840 chats a month, 35 to 40 chats a day, 21 email requests a day. That's a lot. We have a 95% positive rating on support. Now, Stephanie, like, she's like, my people are really sweet people. They really are. But it doesn't matter, right? Sometimes people just come in and you're going to get 1 star at your restaurant. That's just how it works. Because they can't give you 3, they're going to give you 1. Well, in this case, you either stink or you get a happy face, I guess, is what the deal is. So, like, yeah, I actually went in there like, Stephanie, like, I didn't know there was this many unhappy faces. And she's like, I didn't do anything different, basically. I mean, this is just how it is. And like just the other day, do you remember the kid's name? Yeah. I want you to tell that story. The one that seemed to be at least some level attracted to you. The guy that gave you like, yeah. We might need to make up another A. It needs to be 5 H's or something. We need to come up with a new one for this guy, right? I mean, like, because that's not it's not the regular 4 H. Like he's just, I'm like, really? It happens though. We have to deal with stuff like that. And then like, there's just the weirdos who just they'll get on, call you some names, and then leave again. Yeah, we can ban them, by the way, just so you know. If anybody calls and says Billy can't get on, he's trying to do this and he's banned. Like chat, he can't chat. There's a reason why Billy's banned. And I always tell them, before you do it, come let me know. And if I feel like that Billy's earned a banning, then if the PL or whoever calls me and asks me or the county staff, I'll be able to explain this is exactly why Billy's banned, right? So I don't have a problem with it. So most of the time though, they're really good. Um, so yeah, so basically your average chat 7.5 up to about what, an hour sometimes. That's a grandma one. Grandmas are special. Um, Average response time is 5 seconds. So anytime somebody has a question, anytime somebody needs something, they get on and they come to us and we're on them very, very quickly. Okay. So that's what we hang our hat on. Jake, okay, so we're gonna go over our software over the next 2 days. We're gonna go over every section. You guys are gonna tell us the good, the bad, and the ugly. what works well for you. If there's something specifically from a functional standpoint that you do or do not like, okay? Is there anything we can change? So we have the system administration section. Obviously, there's project books, event management, reporting, email marketing, Clover Academy, payment processing, and background check integration. Okay. Um, they're not the background check folks. Like, who do you guys typically use? Some people use their state departments. Um, there's a company that we have an interface with, but they changed their name. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. That's going to be something that is going to be put in very quickly. I've gotten back in touch with them. We're already a partner with them, so that's going to be something that gets cranked up very quickly. So we're kind of pumped about that. So without further ado, let's jump on C Suite and let's go surfing.
This is a good opportunity, especially on the record books. Your record book has been pretty stagnant. We're gonna go through the system where you're gonna have some opportunities to see where maybe you can make that go to the next level for your kids. There's a lot of different functionality that puts that record book beyond just a fillable PDF. So with the technology and some of the things particularly that we've done like with West Virginia, is a really good opportunity to make some changes. So,
Here, get up here and drive.
I'm
You're a driver.
just saying,
Huh? No, come drive. Come on. Let's do it.
I'm
You
trying.
do this all the time. You ought to be a pro at it. So yeah, so this is the login, obviously. Here's the landing page. Now, let's talk about the landing page. This is the first thing that everybody sees, right? Now, where are my Northeast folks? My main folks. Um, we did at the bottom left corner have a shooting sports thing. Todd, you're probably all good with that all day, but some people might not be. Are there any of the images or anything that we're using on this page?
Thank you for changing them.
Yeah.
Thank you for changing rotate.
No, but if there are any of the images that we're using that we don't feel like that we can change out or we can make this a better landing page, then just let us know and we can do that. I mean, shooting sports is in fact a part of the 4-H curriculum. So there is that.
Eric, can you zoom on the window?
Like that in there.
Yeah, just make it 150% so we can see it. I'm in the front row, I can't see it.
Get closer to the mic. I can't help that.
To zoom in your.
Yeah, but they're probably talking about the thingamabobby.
Can you make it like 150%? Yes.
Thanks, Jakey. Um, oh, that's a very good point. So doing some more ethnic diversity, I think that that's a really, really good point. So let's do that. I would say, I'm sorry, I keep wanting to walk away, man. I'm a walker, y'all. Uh,
Small animals, things that are urban audience.
hmm
Yeah.
Okay, so how about let's do this? How about let's do this? Man, I love y'all so much. I do. Can, let's just, we'll just make them rotate. We'll just, yeah. And like, oh, y'all are like, get that magic wand out there. Yeah. No, the good news is we can do that. We can.
Do sign, waivers, for photographs.
Yeah.
I think all of us can probably send you a few pictures.
Bingo.
That
Bingo.
y'all can use, and you would already know that or either we can provide the waivers if you feel like you need.
And what we can do, like we can actually, we can do the code to do the rotation, and based on different sizes and resolutions of the pictures, we can do that. that would be very easy. I knew you were going to do that. You know the thing about it. This is the thing. I actually saw that for the first time probably about 3 weeks ago, and I didn't actually in my brain pick you out specifically. Like you're going to be the one who brings that up. I probably should have picked you out specifically. You know this is a programmer. Um, we're fix that. Yeah, I sure can. I sure can. So yeah, right now we're still. I won't call you by name. We were. Are we on? Are we? Can you read me? So on the actual page in the top right of the screen where the logo is, the logo reads Z Suite, and over here underneath ZSoft Technologies, there's a S at the end. And oh yeah, this was put in by a programmer. Don't get me started on English majors. Z Suite. Suite. It is a singular suite, which is a suite of more than one application. It was simple in my mind whenever we were doing that in the beginning. So yeah, that was real simple. So yeah, so for the folks on virtual as well, um, if what we'll do is we'll go create a drive and we'll let everybody throw some photos up, whatever. I don't care how many, and we can do that. Absolutely. Really?
Those are high resolution images I got from council. But, but it sucks up your bandwidth.
Well, who's making a note? Jake, are you playing Wordle? No. Did you really? I haven't yet. Did anybody? Is anybody a Wordle person? Yeah. My wife got me, man. Like, and so then we have contests every day. She sent me hers already. She got in four. I'm on the second. I'm on number two, by the way. So nobody tell me anything. Yeah, that's terrible. So no S. No S. Are you happy? Are you good? She's good. You good? All right. Got that solved. So Jake, make a note. I want to look at. There's a lot of things we can do, even with a high res photo. You can change your DPIs. You can do a lot of different things to change file size to make this probably a lot more efficient with regards to loading these. So I will make sure that we look at that. With regards to the flashing, so if we're, when we're dealing with anybody who may have eyesight issues, okay, so you have to deal with those things. What we will do is the software will effectively choose whatever's going to go in each hole, and it's going to stay there. It'll be static while they're on the page for that point. Is everybody cool with that? No, bring them all. Huh? Okay, we'll do that. Really? Okay. No, we're good. Good. All right. And I think that's a good way. That's not what. Okay. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying and I forget, and you're going to have to keep repeating what you say to me. Okay. Yeah, what we're saying is we're going to choose an admin. Erica will get with, and we'll decide who the individual is going to be from each state, who will then choose how in whatever manner you guys choose to choose your photos, and you can send them to us or upload them to a drive or whatever, and then we'll be able to use and resize those photos to be able to use on the landing page. Yeah, the question is would we need copies of your photo releases? I mean, technically, we got you hooked in the contract anyway, but like, I'm just messing with y'all. No, go ahead and send me copies of your photo releases. That way, we've got them. Pretty much any photos you guys have. I mean, everybody's aware that that's in them, or they're going to be reused. Is that where I stole them from? Oh, um, yeah. So I don't know if it's in Z Suite. Print it out and send it to us again or something. I don't know, or just let us know. We just want to make sure. See, there you go. I hadn't even. We're not. I'm gonna take a picture. Hey, I want a picture of her before we leave today. There may be like a special, special wall. I'm just totally playing. No, you can't. You can't start on me until we get to that section. See, you're jumping ahead. Too much coffee. No, so that's totally good. Yeah, again. Oh, awesome. No, no, because our landing page. Okay, yeah, the question from our virtual folks, one of our virtual folks, um, is basically is each state going to have their own landing page, therefore their own photos? Um, at this point, no, because we have a single domain, a single URL that we utilize as the landing page for Z Suite, singular, and we're technically we could have individual landing pages, but I don't want to touch that right now. I would just assume because what we do is when the user logs in, at that point we handle what state are they from and what particular settings and all the stuff that's going to go on behind the scenes. We deal with that then. The landing page itself, we can just do it random. Okay, is that good? Well, in the 7 seconds we'll know, but that should be that. Yes, sir. Correct. Yeah, typically you guys are clear. I mean, and I guess in the scheme of things, your program. I mean, it is our software platform. So with regards to your release, I mean, it is your program utilizing that landing page, and you're utilizing that for your program. So that's kind of. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't hurt for us to have the release as well. I don't really think there would be anything nefarious happen down the road for something like that. I mean, it's all 4-H stuff, and it's used, I think, you know in a good way, and it's supporting 4-H and your particular program. Did somebody have a question? Mm-hmm.
So, so to answer that question,
Go, baby.
you guys. So to answer your question, the question was about. I know, yeah. The question was about having state admins and county admins, giving them the ability to change their county. At the moment, you do have the ability to change their county, but we're still working on getting. What happens is the enrollment doesn't move over to the new county, so we're still working on getting it to where the household will be in the new county, but the enrollment stays in the county that they were in. So we're working on fixing that to actually move the enrollment over as well. That's why we handle it for you guys, because the tool we have on the system admin side will move the enrollment as well. So we're working on getting that functionality to you. Oops. Mhm.
So there are a lot of kids whose residential county is Montgomery, but they participate actively in another county.
Mhm.
Vice versa.
Yes. Yeah, so that's something different whenever and so to repeat your question, whenever someone participates in another county, they can indicate that in the enrollment whenever they're selecting their clubs, and that's a state by state thing as well. So with Utah and with Oklahoma, we have it where it's just the clubs in that county that their household is in. But then for most of our other states, they have the ability to pick a different county that they're a member of, and they can be a member of multiple clubs in multiple counties. So they have that option. Yep. Okay. Also, Jenny, real quick, I'll pull it up in a second. On our sign up page, I've also added some extra text on there to list, like, please indicate your primary county that you participate in 4-H in. It's not as many words as that. It's something similar to that effect, though. I changed that because I realized that there were a lot of people that have gone in and they've selected the county they live in, not necessarily the county they participate in.
Here, we're gonna real quick, Jake, we're
Mhm.
gonna talk about SSO. West Virginia, you guys are using West Virginia.
No, I think PA. I think Pennsylvania was the only, and
Penn State.
we had to kick that for security reasons, um, and so we're still working with them on that. I have a question from Jody, that says, "Do users have an option for Spanish form slash sign up?" At the moment, we don't, but you can create a Spanish version of the waiver or have Spanish text in the waiver as well. But at the moment, we don't have like an option for um, turning, the English form into a Spanish form. That's something that I think's been brought up before.
Yeah.
What Oklahoma did, we took our paper form, which is identical to what the English, and had that made into Spanish.
Hmm.
So our staff, when they get that Spanish form, they know every block where it is electronic.
Okay, so for Oklahoma, you guys just had the same exact thing that you gave to your county agents that they just knew how to fill that out. You took your paper enrollment form in English,
They have two
translate it. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And
And that's the easiest route to go as far as a quick fix. Um, we've had some preliminary discussion on having the ability to switch the language on the website completely. Like, so if we do have a Spanish speaking family that comes on, and so they can just click the button and then basically the whole website turns to Spanish at that point. That's something that we're going to look into, because we have some sections of the country. Well, I was just talking the other day. I was just talking the other day with my Pueblo friend that they deal with families that are all completely Spanish speaking and like zero English whatsoever. So that's clearly something we need to start to address. And I mean, frankly, there's more and more Hispanic communities where we have families and immigrants that are coming in that need that type of functionality. If 4-H is going to be able to reach those kids, right? Because if it's just English, then we're not going to be able to touch those guys. So, and there are some automated things out there with regards to tools we can use to be able to do that. So we're going to look at that. It isn't like I have to go learn the Spanish language and figure out how to do it. So it's not too bad. So, okay, go ahead.
cool. I gotta go back there and drive it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 'cause
You're back.
it's back there.
Erica, are you up?
I was moving this because then the chat's up here, so you can see any questions that come up from the stream.
Before you go, like, so you mentioned Penn State.
Yes.
Because we were using Azure.
Yes, and they're still using it. It's just there's a level of There's a level of validation that we need to do because what it was doing is anyone that has that account on Azure could come in and create a county admin account. And they didn't need to be able to do that. There was a level of authorization that needed to be set first that we're still working that we're going to be working with them on. So that way they could mark on their account this person can create a county admin account via SSO login. It's just an extra level of validation that needs to be ran.
So we just assume if they authenticate in a staff, then they get
That's how
They-
it's going right now, and they needed it to have an extra level of that.
programmers, 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 programmers. Like, I totally would never have designed it that way. So anyway, we'll deal with that later. Anything else on the landing page? Logging in, creating a new account, like hit sign up. I mean, has anybody else run into any major issues with regards to that? What you got? Oh, if we're looking at it, it's gonna work right. Isn't that how it works, guys? Y'all explain it 20, it's broken 20 times in a row. Break it, Jake. It's because it doesn't break. It doesn't really break. Y'all just did something. I can't believe you went that long on the password. Well, that's different. Does anybody else get that? That's special code for Maine then that we did. Special code for you guys. We throw stuff in just to, we want to keep you honest. That so it was doing that right there? Okay. Are you on that? Somebody got that? Oh. I'm loud already, you guys. Like I don't want to. Let me extend this thing out so it's be closer to me. Um, yeah. Essentially, um, Maine is having a specific issue. If you look, I didn't mean that. There is actually an issue, and it's probably tied to something specifically that we're doing with Maine that is causing an issue when the account's being created initially, and then when they click the button in the bottom right again that says "Let's go," it's saying, "Hey, the account's already been built," which is clearly a problem. So the account's actually being built in the background. The user's not getting any notification, or we're not taking them to the landing page for the household account. So anyway, that's an error that needs to be looked at and fixed, right? Then you're good. Yeah, we need to make that a little better. Yeah, so we're gonna get that fixed for them. So, Erica, do you want to take them through? Where are we gonna go first? Record books, or you want to go through an enrollment? Does anybody have any issues like right now with regards to if when we go into record books? Is anybody having any major issues with record books? You're not? Okay. What you got? Absolutely. Well said. Moving on. Moving on. Yep. But it's not on the PDF, which is a PDF, correct? Yeah, Jake, we're a thumbs up. Okay, so okay, um, I will say this: I'm not a bragger kind of person, but I think our record books freaking rock. I really do. Our record books kill it. If you can dream it up, we can build it. And before she gets started, for anybody, if you guys have mindset of eventually implementing the Clover Academy side, I just finished a back end program that will take all of the information. So let's just say a kid takes an online course in Clover Academy, like Electronics 101 or whatever. Okay. All of the essay questions, the project questions, everything, the photos, everything they upload into the course while they're taking it can now come over to Z Suite in the back end, and we can automatically generate a project book for that particular course that they took for them in Z Suite with all the information that they put into the course, which is pretty cool. Um, yeah, we're doing all this other stuff too, but we're dreaming, right? We're still thinking, hey man, how can we do these different things? So I'm very excited about that piece of code. To be able to auto generate a project book based on the completion of an online course is pretty cool, I think. Erica, you ready? Okay. You got to speak right here in the mic. Okay.
Sign up. It did happen to us in February of 21. I sent an email to Forrest at the time.
Okay.
And he responded and said, we have pushed the fix for this issue. It should be corrected now.
Okay.
So it did happen to us, that exact same thing. Whatever was the issue has been fixed, but it may not be fixed across the board.
Well, and just to give you guys a quick overview for you guys to think about how we do what we do. We don't, when the user logs in, okay, if they create an account, we tag state, county, club, all of that stuff is we everything associated with that household. We know where they're from and everything about them. Okay. So when they authenticate into the system, at that point, we always talk about 4-H being a little bit different, state to state, sometimes even county. At that point, we go, okay, this person is from Utah. This person is from Maine, whatever the scenario may be. And then if there is any specific code that is specific to your state, okay, if you have any requirements that maybe, you have a requirement in Maine that Utah doesn't have, we have code and stuff that runs in the back end that effectively allows us to be flexible from state to state, which is, that's when we started this, we went down a road that wasn't that. Okay. We were 6 months into the record book stuff, and I went, uh-oh, we've built this, the architecture on the software is bad. I didn't know 4-H was different from state to state. That was something we learned. So instead of propagating that problem, right, I said just halt the presses. We went all the way back and rebuilt how we did how the software architecture was. Okay, so that then we can go and then the software could be flexible regardless of state because we had the code set up to handle it that way. Okay, so he has a Utah problem that's fixed, but you're having a problem in Maine, and that's why it's working over there now. It's something going on in the Maine specific stuff, if that makes sense to everybody. Okay, you ready? Launch.
Can you log me into record book, please? So, in a prior life, part of my job was administering software systems, but for the better part of 7 years, I was also responsible for curriculum for Idaho. If you're not using Zing books, it's certainly a conversation to go and delve into with your curriculum team or whoever your point people are with regard to record books. With COVID in particular, and how we've done programming and the pivot that 4-H has had to do with with response to programming. Um, there's been a huge influx, if you will, of virtual learning, and we'll touch on that with Clover Academy. But there's also an opportunity, and in this regard, a benefit to having online records. Now, the caveat and part of my soapbox on record books is that you should strive to have your online record book capture knowledge gained and capture learning and capture that learning experience. Because the people that are judging the record books aren't going to have the touch point with the kids. It can become a document where you can actually evaluate knowledge gained. And I think as we move forward with Clover Academy and Record Book, we can actually get into evaluating curriculum and having some impact in results. And the nice thing about working with the software company, we don't have to go. I've done the IRB approvals, I know the rhetoric with common measures, but we, as a 4-H program, we've never gotten qualitative data as far as the impact of what we have in the programming that kids do and the work kids do within a collective project. So I think, when we think about evaluation, and it's a numbers game, and we are about evaluating impact, there's a lot of opportunity within the record book itself. Where's the killer and what's the mundane of every 4-H member's club project scope of work? It's in the record book. So there's a bridge. And if you have not had an evaluation of record book and what constitutes a record book for your state and the information you're capturing, and particularly if it's a paper-based product that you've basically plugged into technology, take the time to where can we marry in some technology? Where can we capture information more effectively? One of the pieces that we are working on code, there is right now a lot of cross population where kids have to have a multiple touch point to enter in the data into the record book itself. We're working on that to where if they're doing engagement and activities, Idaho, as an example, has an involvement report which captures engagement outside of the club level. So the kids have to enter content on that side, and then they also have to add it into another area of the record book. It's a simple highlight, copy, and paste at this point, but we are working towards building that bridge where if there is a data input, then it would cross-populate. That's going to take some time. Same with your activities. When you go to capture the engagement on a club meeting, all the club meetings that a kid may engage in, district meetings, that type of thing, that cross-population piece does add an extra touch point on the data entry part. But this is a great opportunity to think about, okay, what are the critical components to capture learning? And does the story, if your state requires a story, well, are the kids going to actually say the good, bad, and ugly for the project? No, it's going to be sugar-coated. They're not going to go that, okay, I had a huge catastrophe with my first recipe in Dutch oven cooking, which happens. You either burn it or you miss an ingredient and it's an absolute catastrophe, but the kids won't say that. So there's some opportunities to pose some questions, like what went well, what didn't go well, and think about if you were a judge, what kind of things would you ask that, okay, well, what tells me the so what, that the kid actually had fun? The absolute benefit of having this record book, and I saw it with my own two eyes, is that the kids can touch their record book day one on the project. And you're always going to have the mad scramble 2 weeks before fair to finish the record book. But if there's a positive approach and attitude about the product and commensurate training, not only with the staff in your state, but also the volunteers shouldn't be doing the record book. The ones that should be doing the record book are the kids. The touch point and the pulse point to make sure the kids are doing the record book is the volunteer. So volunteers like to get up in your Kool-Aid and go, well, I can't do it. Well, that's the point. You're not supposed to do it. And there's a way we can tell when an adult writes a record book. Grammar, sentence structure, and word usage, period. I can do that until the cows come home. But the kids, my niece, went to a tack store. She bought a piece of equipment for her horse. She was grabbing her phone. And I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm working on my record book. Ah, teenager working on a record book. Okay, that's winner chicken dinner. It's putting technology into a positive realm, and it's a practical piece. All the education trends that are coming out post COVID, that is going to continue. The technology and that autonomous learning and the duplicity between virtual learning and face to face learning. We've seen the results of not having that face to face learning touch point, but there has definitely been a shift in the education dynamic. So, will this go backwards? Will we go back to pen and paper? No. Are we playing our cards right and harnessing the power of technology and actually having impact in an education and utilizing these tools and starting them out on age 8? Yes. Do we need to evaluate it? Yes. So I think collectively we can come together and think about evaluation. You're working with a software company. You don't have to get the IRB approval and sit 20 years waiting for approval and pitch it on what kind of line of questioning we need to do. We have the access to the common measures line of questioning, but I think we can really show some impactful results for the works that the kids are doing. So that's definitely something for y'all to think about. The record book structure is very simple with having it being web-based. If your kids use iOS, Android, they can pop it up. You can set your record books up however your state does record books. For Idaho as an example, every youth is required to do a record book for every project that they take. So that can get quite laborious when you think about if you have a kid that is in 10 record books for 10 different projects, everything from livestock to FCS, that tends to be a lot of work. So I think there's some things where we can consider, okay, scope of work. Idaho is an example. You have to have an oral presentation for every project, and we can capture those. They go through goal setting, so pre-project goals, post-project goals. We can capture information. Jake, can you take me to some of the graphs that West Virginia has? A couple pieces that West Virginia has in their record book that add in more technology than what you would typically see in a fillable PDF is the ability to do an income and expense report. Well, are kids going to have to learn about that or, think about budgeting? Yes. And it provides a really nice visual component of what your expenses are, what your inventory is, and then what your depreciation is. So there's a way. Um, in the sample state, I think if you go to Luke or in the Boop family. Yeah, Chuck. So this is an animal book, but you can see you have an option to, on the financial side, starting financials, then you can get into the animals. On the income and expense report, it breaks it down for like your feed expenses, inventory expenses, animal expenses. Then if there was any profit, be it through equipment sales or the actual sale of, if you were in a breeding project, you could have income, perhaps selling offspring, that type of thing you could show. Um, there is flexibility in the goal section to make it a little bit more visual on the breakout. Instead of just having a line of text and a text input, we can add, some variants to make that a little bit more visually appealing, and that tends to be on the layout. On the phone, it works a little bit better, and then it will go into like a static table once you export that to PDF for evaluation. They have to respond. The questions you would what you plan to do, and you would set up those boxes, and you can provide, if your juniors, as an example, need to set 2 goals, you could provide, okay, you need to provide 2 goals. You can do some framing questions, and then they would have a place where they could um, text or type in their response, and you can set the number of characters as far as how long of a response you want to capture on that, or if you want them to do an upload on top of that. There's some flexibility with that. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Can you demonstrate, Trey or Jake, like in that goal setting, like just hit an edit when we had a question in the. So, as a state admin, we would, frame the question. You can do the lead-in text for the juniors. The goal, okay, what I plan to do, and then on the body as the response, explain the steps of what you did to meet that goal. So I hope that um, helped demonstrate that a little bit for you, Jonathan. The leadership section, there's a wide variety you can do in the leadership, breaking down. Some states ask for engagement outside of the club programming, be it within the broader community, countywide, regional, state. Oh, yes, Jesse. So the question was for the leadership section, if that is a document or a component on multiple record books, if that could go into the other record books. And that was part of the piece I had touched on earlier. At this point, it's a copy and paste to populate those responses in that leadership section amongst the other record books. We are working to that integration to where if you have a child in multiple record books, then if they type in that response on one leadership book, then that would carry forward into the other leadership sections on the other project books. But that capacity isn't there quite yet. But highlight, Control C, Control V does work, so they can do a shortcut on that text entry part. What's the practice section, Jake? Okay, so this is the activity log. Some states do breakdown of activities you do within the project or within your club. You can there's a wide variety whether you capture that data just on a text field, or you could set up a table. Yeah, inventory. So inventory, you can see here, we do have a little bit of options within how that inventory is set up, complete with a visual. You could even go so far on your receipts. You could go a digital upload on the receipts to where the kids are not only getting into the practice of maintaining and keeping receipts, but having that visual backup, and then having that correlate with your end cost analysis as an example. Um, you, yes.
With something here, just a minute, and I think what I'm gonna say is applicable pretty much across the nation, but other states correct me if I'm wrong. Terminology is important, especially as we're developing something like this, and you keep saying multiple record books. In my world, and I think across the nation, kids have a record book. And that's what we used to call the permanent record. Now we call it the My 4-H resume. And that record book then has project records within it that are the projects that the kids use. And I get kind of disjointed when you're, even the button back there that said add a new record book. To me, a kid had a full record book. Does that not have your?
No, what you're talking about as far as the permanent record,
Yeah.
And we've never gotten it completely off the ground. West Virginia has put in an activity record guide within the system. But our paper-based within our market and our breeding, if they're identical, they just have to tell us what species they're doing. And so within breeding, it pulls in supplemental sheets within it for what they're doing. So my daughter is a first-year 4-H'er this year. She has a horse record guide, a breeding poultry record guide, because she mentioned it. And I think that's also, we're going to have a market record guide for the lambs that I was telling you about. So right now, she goes in to her supplemental sheet every day and puts in her egg count into it. But there are 3 completely different record books that will get turned into her project.
Yeah, so in Oregon, those would be, what you're describing would be what we would call a project record. Have a beef project record or a photography project record. But your permanent record would catalog all of your leadership stuff, all of your citizenship stuff. It would catalog your club meetings, everything that you did, and then that would advance forward year after year after year as what we used to call the permanent record, and now I think online 4-H calls it the My 4-H resume. But then we'd add project records year to year. Kids change projects.
Well, and without spending a lot of time in here recently, where it says leadership, it's not looking at that kind of leadership. It's looking at, are you going to teach younger kids in your 4-H club how to show their animal? It's very specific to the project that you're doing. It's not, well, I held, that would go in our activity record. I held this office. I led this community service. But if it's tied to what they're doing within their project, it's they're taking leadership in that market, species, or whatever. That's what it's asking for with the record guide. This is where I came in. We came in as West Virginia to Zeesmeet. It was 3 years ago. Shannon sent me a message and said, "Hey, I want to talk to you about this new product." And I said, "I'm only interested if you make it look exactly like our paper version." And they did it, and it was fabulous. We went back and forth for months. But I was like, I know I'm going to have tons of people in my state that are still filling out these paper versions that they turn in with their project books. And if you can't give me a product that looks identical, so a judge rank both equally, I don't want it.
Struggling in Oregon with exactly the same thing, because I had thought we were more consistent in a record book model across the nation. Oregon is obviously different than you are, and I need mine to look just like Oregon's, because when we turn those in for scholarships or whatever, there can't be a difference between one that's generated on ZSoft and one that a kid filled out by hand.
Yeah, they did the work.
Yeah.
You guys
We-
wrote
yeah.
the challenge.
So,
Like our paper
so
Yeah, we have the capability. That's the thing. On our record books, it doesn't matter how your state does your record books. Like I said, when we were talking about how when we go into the system, we recognize this kid's from Oregon. Okay? So Oregon does record books. Like literally we can say Oregon has a single book and we track it. We track their progress or their projects this way. West Virginia has multiple record book types. So when they go in and they're starting a project, it's a little bit different for them.
And I guess that answers the question, as long as we have the flexibility built in
Yes.
there, that it will do that on a
100%.
basis.
100%.
Okay.
because he hit something that I'm struggling with, the terminology.
Yeah.
Terminology, everything was our clientele
Mm-hmm.
and our county. So sometimes terms that are being used in the system. And it's just like West Virginia's talking about. We do very similar, but we don't use those same terms in our component. So that is, I think, and
Yeah.
record books, is it gonna look like the Oklahoma,
Oh,
West Virginia?
the record books can be designed exactly the way yours is. Literally, you send us a printed version or a soft version of your PDF, and we will design it exactly the way it looks. 100%, like literally to the logo. It looks and feels exactly the way. When you print the PDF out, when they pull it up, it is 100% exactly the same. We can do the verbiage any way you want to do the verbiage. There may be some things as far as continuity with regards to the software and little pieces of how this is worded maybe on this particular page, not the project book itself or the questions and where they're entering that data in the project book. But like if you back up and you look at some of the dashboard pages and stuff like that, if we have some wording issues in there, that's something we can discuss. And I'm going to tell you really, I'm going to tell you the truth about the matter. Like if I'm looking at 40 hours of coding to change this word based on what state, I'm going to have to probably think about that one. Like I got bigger fish to fry, depending. But I I am a full proponent of continuity from state to state if we can get there eventually one day. Um, Illinois, sorry, like we've been discussing this move to the idea of youth engagement and how ES 237 tracks engagement with youth and how that's tracked and all this stuff. It's a new way to do it. It's not exactly the same as tracking 4-H youth engagement with regards to how the ES 237 do it. If it's a group, whether it's a group contact, it's a club contact, it's a summer camp contact, it's an online course contact, it's still 4-H engaging with a youth. So therefore that should be tracked. Am I on with that? Yeah? Well, so they say. So they say. Right. But that's still the methodology that a lot of states are using to track their metrics. Whatever we call it that, or we actually turn this into the USDA at some point, or whoever, there's still this methodology, this mindset with tracking 4-H engagement and what you guys do. And there's with what I've been talking about with Lisa and them, like it's a different way. It's a little bit of a different way to track that. And I don't know. You guys decide whether that's the better way to do it or not. You just tell us this is what we want to do. And I don't know. Do you know where that's at? Like, is it because we've been in here, we've been doing this for a while, and I've heard these ideas. Yeah.
I mean, there's still, I don't think there's any resolution to it. Still looking at figuring it out. Yeah, the ES 237 is the one we continue, the thought of that, or the idea that's the one we continue to use because there's not one in place. So we just keep collecting
Yeah.
what we have now. Happens we have to have something to go back and kind of talk internally about.
Well, and they're still gonna do a civil rights audit.
Civil rights.
And you still have to, at a bare minimum,
Yeah.
if your LGU has not come up with a way of reporting without reporting to two separate platforms, then by all means use what we have within the system. You have the way to capture that data, and you're not going to want to try to do that reporting in Excel. We can insert everything that we've worked with, be it with Central State or other LGUs that are still utilizing the system to report to for their respective states. We can work with you to do that. You want to continue to do that. However national decides to move that ball down the road, that reporting piece is not going to go away. And it's a numbers game. At a minimum, you're going to need to report those numbers back to your stakeholders, back to the provost, back to the dean. You have to demonstrate your engagement, and it is an ROI. What are your program numbers? What is your reach, and how are you doing program delivery? And with the evolution and the conversation on 4-H engagement, the push on the enrollment side, however that touch point is with those kids in the program, we have to capture those numbers as well as the volunteer numbers.
Brent, this is one thing that I would like to put forward. I know there's the PLWG group, and everybody gets together and they discuss new ways to do things. Where are we going in 5 years? And you guys are thinking about the future. That's wonderful, but what you have all, I mean, that's a difficult, that's difficult to do for many reasons. But with regards to us in particular, you're dealing with multiple software vendors across the country, and some states run their own software, right? So when you're talking about implementing these new ideas, these new methodologies with how we're going to track data, one of the things that I would recommend doing, I know that you guys are, the program leaders are working together to try to come up with something where we have an opportunity to work together in our group to come up with a way we think is a way to do it. That's a good way to do it that makes sense for everybody moving forward. We can take our system, we can create that so that we're tracking the data with this new methodology, and we can create reporting and stuff. And then you're able to actually take something to the people, to your PLWG folks, and say, check this out. This is what we're putting forth. This is how we're doing it in Z Suite right now. And the thing is that gives you something tangible. It isn't just a hypothetical. Um, and then you've got something to work with, I think. And whether or not they use our software or not, it's not relevant to me. Like I said, I would love to see continuity across with everybody with the way we track data. I think that there was a time where they were talking about Jonathan. Jonathan's on virtual, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that we had. Oh,
What does access it?
hey, Jonathan.
Council was.
I know that there was a discussion in this idea. Jonathan and I met in St. Pete, and they were doing a PLWG meeting there, and there was an idea about having this national data schema, right? Where you guys are going to come up with this way. This is the data we want to capture, and this is the methodology in which we're going to do it. Yeah, great idea. The problem is you're working with all these different software vendors, and getting them on the same page. That's where the difficulty lies, right? You have to start somewhere. And it's hard for you guys to walk into a software unless everybody's really on board and say, hey guys, this is how we want our data laid out. Because there may be software vendors out there, I will not mention any companies, but there may be software vendors out there that'll go, we're not doing that. Right? I'm not mentioning any companies or anything, but some may say that to you, right? But this is a good place for us to start, I think. If we work together, we get the groups, the program leaders, and whoever's that's going to make that call, and we put together and we work together to say this is the data we want to track and this is how we want to track it. We can build the system to be able to do that, and then build reports around that. Okay, then it's a reality. It's not just a hey, we're talking about it, whatever. Then let's put it in practice, and we're going to have to tweak it and we're going to have to figure it out as we go. But then at least I think we're moving down the road to getting it done.
I have a question about record guide. This may be something you talk about later, but are there examples, or do other states have examples? So in West Virginia, we have clubs and groups that have officers, right? There might be a treasurer that does a treasurer's book, a secretary does a secretary's book. Do you all consider that a record guide
Sure.
style
Yeah.
piece that we
Sure.
can do, or is it at a different part of the system, or?
No, it's that.
There
ahead.
was a question from the audience on club officer record books, and that is constituted as a record book. Idaho has an electronic record book that we've moved over. Jim Wilson did that record book. So there is a treasurer's book. We also have a secretary record book. Idaho also has vice president, president, and then I think reporter, right? So there is a suite. Those record books for club officers can be populated in, and there is a wide variety within that broader record keeping conversation on whether it's an activity record or building into a portfolio. There is certainly a lot of flexibility within this system, not only to match what you have, but then also to rethink it. If you're in the project activity vein where the kids have to do a record book for every project that they take, there are some opportunities to maybe transition to more of a portfolio or something that's streamlined where you're capturing the information but not getting so laborious on the paper side of the content. And so I would definitely say visit with your curriculum professionals, take that time to review, and if you're wanting to explore the opportunities that we have within Record Book, visit with us. We can work with y'all one on one and, make it what you want and make it something that when you pitch it to a team of teenagers and kids and see if get their input on what are pieces that they would be interested in reporting to or would like to see within their record book, because they're the ones going to be using it. No, the club officer guides, those would be considered a record book. I actually revised the curriculum for Idaho. If you go to University of Idaho's webpage, go to documents and records, and the guides should be in there, as far as the guides that Idaho uses.
Let me step in on this real quick. I will get to you. I envision this more as a club tool than so that if a club leader assigns a particular duty to one of the club members, like this kid is a club treasurer or this kid is a club president or whatever it is, um, our end game is for this to actually be something they can actually go into a meeting and as long as they have internet access, be able to log in and be able to say, okay, whoever, Jenny's the club treasurer or whatever, Jenny can log in and the stuff associated with treasurer or whatever the meeting documents or anything that they need to track with regards to their club meetings and all the stuff that goes along with that is kind of a part of that particular club management system, if you will. Um, we're already, as the project book goes, we would have to, when they go in, you can assign a treasurer book project to a kid if they're the treasurer for the club that year. I don't particularly think that's the best way to do it. When this was first brought to us, it was it was in a treasurer book format, so it landed where it landed. What do you guys think? Would you like to see when kids log in, club leaders are able to identify club officers, and then when the club officers log in, they're able to go into a club management piece so that they can do their jobs? Uh-huh. I agree. Huh? Yeah. Make hey, make a note. Yeah, whether it happens or not. The make a note, Erica, let's put together a group. We can assign from each state somebody that would like to be a part of this little group, and I think let's get together and let's go through and have a few meetings and let's design what this thing's going to look like. We're really not light years away from this happening. It's more of a move over of functionality a little bit. Um, I think there will be some additional tools there, but what I really like about it is this is our dream was like eventually this is a full club management deal where they go to a club meeting, they're able to log in and they're able to track everything they do there. Eventually, even finances, anything. If they have a treasurer, they have a secretary, whatever's going on with regards to the officers, they can do all that stuff. Okay, so this little type of tool will give them the ability to do that. We'll have to flesh out what that tool is going to be. It's we're on the 30. We got coffee and stuff back there. If we want to take like a little 10-minute break to go get rid of coffee and reload coffee or whatever. We'll be back online, folks. Let me see. Ann and Stacy. Oh, Ann and Stacy are happy. Oh, Jonathan's happy. Okay, good guys. So you guys go take a break real quick on our online people. We'll be back and we'll call it 10:40 Eastern time. So all good with that? Okay.
something?
Yeah.
Do you get salons where you have like,
ProCheck.
yeah, where you can do multiple or single?
I think we could do multiple.
But so I'm only saying this because I get to do this as a parent each year. Go through this. For the multiple, you only get to put in a start weight and an end weight. So if you like, we have 2 or 3 pigs. We weigh our pigs every week. So the kids don't get to go in there and be able to put in all those. But if you have only one animal, you get to go in there and put, oh, I waited this day, and get the average daily.
coffee break there. First question was from Treasure. Is there a way to make the inventory go forward from year to year? So, for example, when you have a beef breeding kid or in your persist projects like horse, where they are identifying inventory and their animals, that can carry forward. That is definitely something we're going to look at. I think loud and clear, I would say that y'all need that capacity for those breeding and persist projects, particularly in animal. Um, let's see. Looking at the other questions. If you are interested in being in the curriculum in that team on that conversation, if you are interested in that club management component that we were discussing with regards to the functionality with club officers and some of those club management pieces, there was some interest in the chat. Please just send me to eric@zingbooks.com your name, state, and then we'll put together a committee and get that moving forward. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to identify that club management piece and help flesh that out, particularly for the youth involved in those roles. Have that kind of cross populate with the club management piece. So your plan of activities does carry forward. Your treasurer does have their book. Do you have those club secretary minutes? Yes, Brett. The question was if this is the way we're going to be moving forward as far as capturing club activity and engagement data, county activity data, as far as the cross population and have that populate in the record book, or so there is a conversation, and we've had that in the state admin meetings with capturing the club and that activity engagement. I think there's a twofold piece. I think there's a part where it's specific to record book, whether it's in Idaho they have but record keeping, record books, your documents that the club members submit for fair is one piece of that conversation. I do think that there's another piece when it comes to activity and engagement where volunteers are concerned and having that populate on the enrollment data side. We need to have a conversation on how that's captured, and where it needs to populate. And there's certainly a component on the record keeping side or that project report that youth submit. Idaho has that broken out in their involvement report. It's still going to need that cross population component. There is not a tie to the enrollment record, if you will. And where it becomes critical for volunteers is capturing that on the continuing education or having it connecting to an event, if applicable, or how that's reported in that volunteer capacity and that volunteer record. So I think and that might come up once we get into that enrollment record piece. I think that this conversation will come up again on that, but that's definitely something we're going to have to look at for on the specific to this record keeping component for youth. NEAM. Yeah. Correct. 20 times. Yeah. Yep. then that. Yes, and that's part of that conversation too. There was a question that came out of the audience with regard to if a youth goes into an activity or registers for an event, having that registration populate on the individual's activity record within their respective record keeping component. And I want to also kind of, as we're coming back into this record book discussion, regardless of the words that your state uses for record keeping, and let me be clear, it's not a consensus component where your record book has to look like Idaho's, your record book has to look like West Virginia's. We work with you to take whatever that record keeping component looks like and build it to match what your state is used to seeing. And like Brent had mentioned, the verbiage and that export piece for evaluation. So that would currently be export to a PDF. You can turn that in at FAIR. Now that being said, there's a lot of opportunity to rethink, okay, what do we truly need to capture and how are we capturing it? I moved the slide to the weight records as an example. Currently, we can see here we've identified weight records for one primary animal. Within your state, as an example, if your youth are allowed to identify multiple animals, then in theory, that should populate into one swine record book, and you would have the individual weight charts, and you should have the capacity to capture those weights to populate the growth chart, not just for your primary animal, but for both animals, or if you have a primary and two alternates. It should be all under one swine record. Currently for Idaho, if you were to look at their state, they would have 3 separate books for 3 separate animals. Is that a lot of extra work? Oh, you bet. But if something happens to that primary animal, and that happens with pigs in particular, they have a crazy habit of running around and going bonsai and then taking themselves out in their own pen that they've been raised in. And that happened to a kid 1 week before a fair. So he lost his primary animal. Fortunately, he had the records, but he still had to do the time in the record book that was still pen and paper at that point to present those records for his alternate. So the review piece in that conversation is critical because there's probably a lot of duplicitous work, or how do we break it down and capture what is needed, and also take into stock, okay, if we're going to have a child identify records for 3 animals, well then yes, we need the health certificates if those animals are coming out of state, but we also need the weight information, but the kids should be able to capture a growth chart for each of those animals. And it's going to be different. And those record keeping touch points are really important, particularly with livestock projects and populating that growth chart. All they have to simply do on this growth chart is identify their start, basically the time frame for their days on feed, the start, the finish. Then they can enter in when they've weighed that animal, and that's where it would populate. And you can see here, in this example, we've got a date for the initial touch point, what that beginning weight was, pounds gained since last weighing, number of days since last weighing, and then it starts breaking down your average daily gain, and then the food consumption per day. So break your record book down, or your record keeping component, whether it's a portfolio, whatever information you need. And a process to kind of initiate this, if we're working with a brand new state, whatever your record keeping piece is, submit that to us. Then we work with you just like we would for ZSuite for on the enrollment side. We create a demo record book. And so the nice piece about that is you have time, and it does take time to build it, but it gives you an opportunity to, okay, we have this raw document, our verbiage, our touch point, get that common look and feel. Then you get to do the preview and look and see what that document would look like when you get it ready for export, for evaluation. But it's a block of clay, and this doesn't have to stay this way forever. So there's opportunity to look at components. And there was a question out of the chat box if there is a way to view other record books. That's a great question, Anne. I don't know what we can do to kind of facilitate that, whether we compile different record books perhaps into the example state. But we'll keep you guys posted on that. I think there's a great opportunity for sharing information on that front. Okay. For different states. Okay. Different record books. So to answer your question, Anne, I think we got a solution to that. We'll create a shared drive. We'll identify samples of poultry books or what would be considered a final project book, or in the example of Idaho, the involvement report. We'll have those broken down by either species and or the record book type, if you will, and then have those PDF export documents in there so y'all can view kind of what other states have got going on that front for their record keeping process for that club member piece. There was a question in the chat. Have each state record a Zoom demoing the record book? Oh, that's a great point, Jonathan. Have each state record a Zoom demoing their book or links for something that, for states that already have a record book loaded into Z Suite. That little demo video would be great to kind of show the content, that flow and feel within the respective dashboard for members, kind of how they've worked through that content and how that comes together. That's a great suggestion too, and that's certainly something, those videos could be added into that shared drive. Yes, question. The question was, can we get an email notification for once that finished record book has been submitted? Is that possible, Jake? We're going to look at doing an email notification on that. So when you have a record book submitted, then that results in an email. Oh, and an additional piece. Oh, so an automated email with also an option to comment to send it back. Okay. So we need to. Mm-hmm. Okay. The follow up to that email alert piece is if there is a consideration or content that needs to be edited on that submission, that the response email not only goes back to the household but the member as well. So we'll capture that in our notes. Let's see. Jake, can you go to the expenses section, please? So there's a wide variety, just kind of wrapping this section up a little bit. There's a wide variety of ways that you can capture how youth input their expenses, be it into table, be it into static fields. But there's, and then also the information that you're going to capture within those sections. So there's the bottom line is there's flexibility. We work with you to create what you want, but there's also a lot of opportunity for you all to take your record books to the next level. So. And then Jake, if you could kind of show a record book prepared for export, please? Just kind of like what that bring it all together kind of looks like. Download it, yeah. So when a member gets ready to export their record book, they just simply click the cloud button, it downloads. Our download and our export, if you will, is into a PDF format. And then what it does, however your state sets up your record keeping piece, it pulls it all together. So this record book started with the picture, then we got the project goals, um, leadership, activities, income. Then it breaks into expenses, the member inventory. Then there's an outline component here on this example. Here's some questions. So this is kind of what I was talking about when you kind of get into some of those more meatier questions that you might not necessarily see in a story. Those questions are predetermined. So when you go to create the book, you can populate that section with the questions you want to ask. That could be a consistency piece for your state. Why did you choose to do this project? And they are prompted to submit 3 reasons. Why did you like or what did you like or dislike about this project? And what did you learn from this project? So there's some good so what opportunities with that leading into the story. And that also helps kind of frame that story writing for the youth. Those are some things to consider. Bring that story back to, okay, tell me about what you did. Tell me the good, bad, and ugly. And kids don't necessarily work through that, but having some sort of questions to that frame of reference does help them. No story in the sample. There's some additional project questions in this example that were submitted. And then we got photos. So there's definitely options for photo pages. And then we also have a summary here. So we got gain, feed, income expenses, the break-even price, profit and loss. So however you want it set up, visit with us. We're happy to help with you and work through that. So what's our next phase? Reporting. uh, I think that's a great place to go. Enrollment? Okay. Well, once Brent comes back, there are some pieces that we probably need to touch on, Jake, and one of those is the conversation on capturing activities and events and how we get that bridge for those engagement pieces to populate to an enrollment record. And if there's some opportunity there.
The event information is saved, like for when kids participate in events, that information is saved onto their account, so we have access to that data, so we can easily make either in the enrollment or on a record book or wherever we want to put that interaction. We can tie that into a record. It's just at the moment we don't have that. We have everything I think that we would need data collection wise to be able to do that. It's just that's not in there just yet. I don't necessarily see anything extra like um, information wise that we would have the kids go in and do or county agents go in and do to be able to create that record. It's just we just need to make a report for their information. We have that history already because we can have the families go in and view, okay, these are all the events my kid has taken part in, and so we can go from there. Hmm. Right. Well, I'm talking about for that, yes. If we're talking about an event that isn't in our system, then yes, we would need to add in a way for either the families or the counties to be able to go in and enter that event information in that's not in our system. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Proceed with what you just said, Jay, that currently your events feature, if it could have a different level to it,
Hmm.
where if I have a summer day camp or workshop, I'm not doing registration online, but I could put all those kids into that and get it recorded to the record with one shot. That's great.
Hmm.
And part of that, what that would look like, if I'm understanding that, is that you would have the capability to create an activity, and then you could flag and easily identify youth and or adults and have that activity record tied to their enrollment.
Yes.
And have that also populate in the same area where their event registrations are, so they could, call it activities or events. But they could see, and you would have an easy way, particularly with the volunteers, if this event was a continuing education component, where you can monitor, okay, yeah, this individual has this tied to their record, or you can pull a report. But the catch 22 is the ability to quickly identify the audience and having a way to say, yep, X, Y, and Z was in this activity.
Maybe if I gave a more complex example, it might make a little bit of difference.
Hmm.
Also figure it out.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure. Like more information to help us understand how it works is. Hmm. Uh huh.
Service workshops that were offered,
Okay.
and there's no way to know
Yeah.
if they they give free tickets to the fair if to volunteers that do X, Y, and Z. There's no way to track or know who did X, Y, and Z.
Okay. Well, the thing with that is you would have to be able to then say in the system these people, yeah, these cuz you have to say these specific kids that are already in the system, you have to have a way to enter them in because in the group enrollment piece right now, you're just entering in numbers. You're not tying kids to that. And so, right. And so I think that maybe something like an activities tab or something to that effect where you guys don't have to add in a bunch of registration forms and fields and things like that. You can just have an activity name and a way to mark what kids participated in that activity. So, mhm, right. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Exactly like with like if you've used fee adjustments before, we have a way to assign specific fee adjustments to specific individuals. A similar thing where it searches the system for that kid that you type it in, it pulls up their household name as well, so that way if it's another or their household email, that way if there's a kid that has a similar name, you can differentiate. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think something like that would be definitely feasible, and we can once we get that data captured, we can then easily put that into a report. It's just, yeah, does it need approval? Okay. So I mean, that would be that level. Yeah, they would know. Hmm.
If we have a continuing ed opportunity for adult volunteers,
Hmm.
I want to put that into the system. I don't want the county putting that in there because they may have people register that didn't show up.
Hmm.
So I need to be the one that in charge of that event, putting that on that person's record, that they were actually there.
Okay. Yeah, so we can. I mean, we could design it that way. Yes. I mean, that's the thing is. It's not a question.
Which is actually leading toward the way, actually Todd and I were just discussing, the way they used to do this 4-H career book, right?
Show the primary category.
Yeah, so all of that stuff would immediately go to the community service and say, hey, in 2022, March 8th, kid attended this particular thing. And that was a leadership check. That was a, so those are skills or whatever that's actually attached to it. That feel right? Is that where we're going?
Yeah, I'm glad that you engaged with volunteers there. We do have a lot of lower counties of blacks and tracks, other counties of rights, or to be able to identify those people. Yeah, and we've been on the path for.
I would like to have some group on this because
Yes, I was about to say having more conversation on this would be best.
beyond this,
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so because Jonathan was asking about that.
Yes.
yes, got a hard yes on them. Does anybody say, no, I hate it? No?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so just for Jonathan, real quick, just 1 second. I'm gonna repeat this for the stream. is Jonathan, we were talking about having additional ways for activities and events and such to be able to carry into records and things like that, so kids can more accurately track. Oh, hey, I participated in these activities, and so that's one thing that we're talking about. We're going to have more discussion about this on how we want to actually have this designed, so that way we can come to a general consensus of like, okay, this is how it needs to be for everyone. Obviously, there may be some things from state to state, questions and activity types and such that may vary, but just getting a general group together would be good for this. Yes. Hmm. Right. Exactly. And that would, so what you're talking about where they can go in and mark that, that would kind of be tied into what we had talked about earlier, where the leaders and potentially even county agents can go in and mark a kid as a specific type of role. And then we can even tie that into that as well to have that further integration. So we can say in that record, this kid, we can have a section of that record that says, here are all the leadership roles or whatnot that this member or even volunteer is a part of in their clubs, and then we can have it break into another section talking about activities and such that they have taken part in that may not necessarily be tied to a club per se. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I mean we can. Yeah, I think that that would be the I think that that would be the better thing to do, like with you're saying, like having a way for the state to identify here are our activity types, and that would be something that can be done potentially at the state level. Yes.
there's a lot of benefit for our evaluation.
You don't want to get to the back end and go, man, we're tracking all this stuff.
Yep.
That's like when we're bringing on new state, we're talking about bringing stuff over. Like I always go, give me what we need to have, not everything. Because I promise you, if you have an old system, there's 70% of it most people don't use. We want our system to have the data that we need to have. I do not want a bunch of junk we don't need.
Well, and I,
You know, so
and from the state perspective, I've been at this long enough, it's gotta be short, sweet, and to the point for it to happen. And we've got kind of staff sitting over here. You guys say, amen, praise this, don't make me do a bunch of garbage. Well, we feel the same way at the state level. So, you know, what can we get, and would that help you guys putting stuff in? Being a little more intentional, even at the standpoint of the volunteer level.
Yes, yes, and I mean, I think that would be great, because that way we can say, okay, this was about this, this, and this, okay, this, okay, you got this, this, and this, check that off. And it would also be nice in this sense, if the volunteer went, you know, if they can say, okay, yes, I went here, and this is what I accomplished.
Oh, I
And then
love
then, you know, then we see it, you know, sorry, but like, then we see it on our end, and then we can say, yeah, I think we didn't do that.
We're going and getting
I
mics.
understand.
Yeah, we're gonna
I understand.
have mics for the crowd.
Yeah.
What was your number one takeaway?
Well, now, are you getting, and this is the thing on that. There's one thing with saying this is what they should get out of that based on, okay, we've got this course, they should get like, and I'm just going to say credit. This is a leadership credit type of thing. And then you have the common measures stuff where you're coming out the back end and you're actually really figuring out what did they get. That's a little bit different. Like, right. So, so one of the things that I'm hearing, like for all of these different things, when we're talking about different club roles, we're talking about any activity that a kid is engaged in 4-H. We get whether it's an event, what type of event doesn't matter. If it's a course, if they're putting in a 4-H at home project, whatever they're doing, there are things assigned to that, certain criteria that allow you guys to go back and run reports on. Give me whatever it is based on the criteria you guys are wanting to track. I would prefer if our states work together to come up with kind of a list so that every state, because you can imagine that this could get wildly out of control if everybody's just kind of coming up with their own list. I am a huge fan of, you know, the data being static across the board if we can get it, or at least as much as we can. But and that's okay. It still allows us a common list, right? Okay.
For examples, we don't all have the same project.
Correct.
So.
But
By
but
common list,
what you're trying to achieve, or what the skill sets the kids are going to get from a particular activity are probably, yeah, the life skills, those type of things. Those are going to be relatively the same, I would imagine. We're going to be able to come up with a list, that isn't like 2,000 long. We hope. Yeah, yeah. Of course we can do that. Yeah. I will limit to you 5. You get 5. You get 5 custom. No, but like, this is cool. This is really good. now we're starting to get into really putting the data together and how do we track, what are we tracking? It isn't just a let's enroll, and it's about it being meaningful in the back end, the data that we're tracking.
So like, let's, for volunteers, I might want to be tracking, okay, are we teaching those volunteers about management? Are we
Sure.
teaching those are we engagement? Those would be the general overarching things that I might be looking for, that is that happening at the county level? What are they, or is it curriculum? Did we provide them a set of curriculum? Uh,
And we can even go different, you can go types of programs too. Like we can go even to like you can say, okay, this is a STEM program, this is a whatever. Like we can go even and like we can start tracking each one of those things.
but if some of that stuff was just left in the field that they could type in, that would be okay too. If there were general,
No, no. Let me tell you why. With regards to software, if I can control the data input, I am going to do it. If you give the user, even though everybody out there, you just say, just type in STEM and that's good. You get all lowercase, no dots, no periods. You get, yeah, there will be 50 variations of STEM. And see, what that means is when I'm running reports for you guys and you go, you know what, I want to run a report for, let me go see how many kids have STEM projects in our county. Yeah, my life, right? You feel me there? So like we can now, I don't mind giving you the ability to, as we discussed, put stuff in. But again, I think we're going to have a pretty concrete list that fits most of the categories that we're going to want to track. I would hope so. Yes, some states are going to want to maybe reach out and do some things differently. Um, and those are things we can look at. But yeah, no on the type in, but good idea on the additional criteria to track all these different things. It lets us track it up at a higher level or deeper level. Are you coming up? Um, well, that's poo. Well, certainly we can give you the ability to do that. Like if you want to take attendance at a particular thing, like we already have that capability to do for club meetings. If y'all if y'all didn't, no, no, yeah, yeah, understood. So
so that's what we're talking about. If there's an activity place that you can, like exactly what you said, type in somebody's creative activity, type in somebody's name, it pops up, it shows that they went to that activity. Type to the next person, that's all we're talking about. And then if we want to add skills to it later and attach skills to it, great. But right now, for the last
so
years,
is
to be able to say
this is a county, this is so this is a utility for LGU staff. I mean, for the staff, for you guys to be able to do what you do.
that's what we're talking about.
I mean, y'all write the checks, right? I mean, let's be real about this. Like, y'all write the checks.
It would
Oh, totally. We already have that. We have the capability to do it. We just don't have the capability to do it under your section. So that's pretty easy to do, actually. So yeah, we can do that. You want me to do the whole thing? Okay. Um, State level and county level and district or regional, depending on what state you come from, um, staff would have the ability to create event slash activities that can record attendance. Are you wanting, I mean, I'm assuming, do you want online, do you want the ability to register online for these things? You just want to type in the people that were there. Do the people have to be, okay, hold on. Like, question. I feel like I'm at that spelling bee. Like, can you please repeat? No, so, the, so there's this thing. Do they need to be a volunteer in the system or no? Ha ha. But no. No. So I'm okay either way, but you guys tell me because if they don't have to be an official 4-H person in the system, very much like similar if your mindset is group activities where they're just counting numbers, yes, we can track more data on those people. It's just going to be associated with that meeting or that activity, and then we're out the door. However, here's where we get into a little bit of a problem. Ah,
A person that's in there as an enrolled 4-H member or a volunteer, that if they participate or whatever in these things, it's a place we can record it on their record, we can pull a report
done.
by.
That's it. That's doable. Okay. Because otherwise, if we add additional stuff, if we add additional stuff, there's no way technically for me to we like we can't track it the same way, right? If I know somebody's in the system and you do a search and say Billy's at the meeting and you add Billy to that activity, I can tie that stuff to Billy, I can do all that stuff. But if it's somebody that the system doesn't know about, I can't do that. So only if they're in the system as a member or volunteer.
Maine, we have a lot of that where people do things cross right lines. And I know right now, for the most part, I believe county only have access to city share. It would be great if there would be a way.
No, we can't do that. We we can do that. Yes. Yes. Okay. When you create the event, we could give you the ability to make it statewide or choose counties or just choose your county. We do that already? Okay. Okay.
An activity or some whatever
Right.
terminology.
Right. Why would we start now? Let's confuse this sucker as much as we possibly can. Agreed.
Activity or whatever the name is, needs to be a separate tab.
Agreed.
It needs to not be confused with event.
Agreed.
And that tab, activity tab, should be visible only to state and county admins, not to the household.
Agreed.
The household's gonna say, wait, what's an activity versus event?
100% agreed. Are y'all good with that?
Right, so there's no need for that town to be there.
Listen,
What did you say, Brett?
to
Call it engagement.
to to be supportive of the way we do things, I propose when we get back, we have 5 to 6 meetings to discuss the name of it. Are y'all good with that? Isn't that the way it is, though? Okay, so no, listen, we will call it whatever you guys want to call it. We'll send an email out and go, is activity okay? Or we'll send the list out and let you vote on it.
Well, I think Rob's right, that if they, we get them into the habit that an event is
Yeah.
something that they're building and we need to stick with that.
Right.
Basically where we could put it in. So I think different, but our counties need to understand, if you create an event that people are registering for camp,
Mm-hmm.
you're not gonna have to go in and put them in by hand, because it's gonna automatically show up in the record, if I'm understanding what I'm hearing you guys say.
That will be what we're shooting to do. Yeah. If they attend an event
Right, exactly.
or activity,
For engagement, I'm old guard, but
Engagement covers lots of things, especially if we're going to then add guild to it, another level of it where you could, which I think is super
Ro-
cool.
Rob, is the engagement okay with you? Oh, well, bring it.
they can, all those.
Man. Yeah. I'm gonna go on Thursday with a hole in my lip right there. I'm just gonna bite a hole through it. Um, so I tell you what, like, here's the scoop. That can be done. I like it. I'm 100% in favor of doing it. We'll just we'll work together. We'll figure out the terminology to make sure we're on the same page. How we'll draw it out and say this is how we think that would be best implemented. And once everybody's on the same page, we'll go to work on it. Okay? I think it's a great idea, and I think having the software give you guys the ability to track what we do at a more meaningful level is that's where we want to go. I mean, what's the point of the system if we can't do that? So that's the point. It's just as long as everybody understands the data and everybody's on. Yeah, you need to just this national data team thing. Love it if you would. I really would because that will help me for a couple of reasons. If I know that this is the direction that particular group is wanting to go, it helps me make sure that when I go to start developing something, I'm not going to have to come back and rebuild the ship because I'm like,
Say, I don't know how to get you more people right now. But if you back up, the county agent needs it because she needs it for reporting and
yeah,
we need it. So you're absolutely on the right track if you're connecting skills and purposes to these meetings or experiences or engagement or whatever. So
that's why this is so important. Like when we're here, like really, as we're going through this stuff, Don't just think in the box. Okay? This is the difference, okay? This is the difference. We're having open dialogue to where do we need to go. We're not talking about the way we used to do it. We're talking about what do we need it to do. Okay? You have your programming team sitting in the room with you and you're able to tell me what you want. Okay? Don't get in the spaceship and tell me that it's not what you want when I've given you every ability to tell me how to build it. Okay? We're not the people that, if it cannot be done, I promise you I will tell you. But most things can be done. And we're going to have this dialogue to say, let's make sure we do it right. Okay? The first time. And that we're actually achieving the goals that we're trying to achieve with the system. Good? Oh, crap. Yeah. Let's go to lunch. Let's go to lunch and we'll pick it up when we get back. So, well, unless like Jonathan or like Ann especially, Ann, go like grabbing some scrambled eggs or something. What time is it out there? Golly, like in Alaska? 7:45. Yeah, get some more coffee, Ann. Bless her heart, she's probably tired. Yeah, so let's come back at 1-ish, give or take, and we'll pick back up and we'll keep driving the ship down the road and we'll figure out where we're going next. Okay? Yeah, we'll have them lock. We'll have them lock. We'll have them lock up, and we'll probably have somebody in here most of the time anyway. There's some really good places in the mall food court, by the way. We've been in there. Yeah, you're gonna have to take. I gotta go back to watch you. No, I'm just making that up. I just want to see what your face looks. What?
No, I can do this.
Do what? Are y'all? Say what?
Better? Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get back underway for our afternoon session. Now, to help with facilitation of questions as we're working through our topics this afternoon, also the reporting piece, which is on the agenda from this morning, um, each side of the room has a microphone. So, kind of the lay of the land. When you have a question, please raise your hand, and Steve or Stephanie will come to you. And then if you could frame your questions, so then that way we'll have kind of that audio piece we've been missing. And thank you for those that are with us virtually, kind of helping us navigate that. But hopefully that'll help with the line of questioning and the conversation so folks can hear, particularly our virtual participants, so they can hear the dialogue, the line of questioning, and kind of the context in the conversation. So, that being said, we're going to touch on some system administration pieces. Because I think that Z Suite reporting conversation, I need to have everybody in here for that. And so, on the system administration side, there has been a lot of work and changes done to the system to facilitate that. But I think moving forward, and I think there's definitely some touch points we're working on that will tie into that reporting conversation to help out for reports for club and project volunteers, but then also, for county staff and the reporting pieces that y'all need, that navigation piece. One of the things that, if you have not been able to engage in the admin meetings I've been hosting, those are on the second Tuesday of every month. Um, some of the things that on a enrollment management side, I think where we can kind of strive to have some best practices, working towards enrollment timelines, from a risk management standpoint, just keeping cognizant of the enrollments, and when you have your states on different enrollment timelines, that makes it really difficult with regard to hosting your events. They have to have an active enrollment to register for an event in the system. So that having that timeline where we re-enroll for the 4-H year, having that completed in a timely manner, along with that re-enrollment process for new or returning volunteers, staying on top of that. If there's administrative reports that are needed above and beyond what we currently have, let us know on that. But as a state, your enrollments should be active to reflect that. And where the catch 22 comes into that, if you have folks that are engaging in activity that are not active in the system, that's an administrative problem. So, from the state level, we should be able to create reports that your counties can utilize to monitor those enrollments, to monitor where they're at in the screening process or within their recertification steps. But that all needs to happen. One of the things that even I ran into in the tenure towards the end of my job, I had a county that activated all of their enrollments after fair. Yes, you heard that correctly. A whole entire county activated after fair. So, the piece that's a problem with that, we had members engaging in activities, including horse, that weren't active enrollments. Were there injuries? Fortunately, no. But what would have happened? So, what would have happened? More than likely, in that instance, the county would have been responsible for the insurance if there was a claim, because American Income Life would not have paid for that. So, from an administrative standpoint, there's some things that we can do in the system on the cleanup, the look, the organization, the flow. But the report piece, I think there's capacity to, if there's a need for more custom reports or standard reports, we can work on that. And that's part of that communication piece we need from y'all. But I think from an administrative standpoint, where we can have some continuity is on that enrollment window. What is the realistic timeline to get that re-enrollment process? And from state by state, you want to strive for that, to have that continuity. So regardless of what county, if somebody moves within the state, they're going to have it be aware of those rules and understand that process. Yes, question. Yes. Stephanie's bringing one. And if you lower your mask too, that'll help with the audio. Thank you. We have a question from the audience here.
Yeah, I think this was in the emails that were going back and forth before this, but since we're specifically talking about enrollments and eligibility, I am wondering if there's a way to have that enrollment approved date logged for the year in accounts. Maybe that already exists and I don't know about it, but that's. Mm-hmm. Okay.
You can, yes.
Okay, great.
So
I was just kind
you
of
can pull
making sure.
reports.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can include in the custom report the time date stamp for when that enrollment was approved in that process. There is also, I think, the time date stamp. Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, for like when the enrollment was submitted, and there is a difference in that.
Yes, you are correct on that. There's an approval date, and then there's also a submission date.
So
And
that
those two are
help?
separate.
Okay. Were there any pieces particularly to system administration as far as, whether it's on a different user touch point that we're running into problems with or needs improvement?
Only thing I would like, and I don't know if this is something that's done on our state level or if it's you guys, under the project add and drop deadlines, we set one for projects, but then like our livestock, our market projects, our fair has a different deadline. Is there could I have two lines there, like where I could mark off like the market after this date, you cannot
So you can't
pick
like
market animals, but you can add or drop till April 15th. All these other projects.
So I think the workaround has been historically having those projects affiliated within the respective club as a workaround for that, Jake, correct?
Yes. So the general workaround for that is what some people have done is they've just reached out to their county administrator, because the add drop deadline is only for the family. So the educator, the county extension, can go in and add that for them. Obviously, that's something that we can look at doing, as instead of locking them from doing anything, editing that at all, we can just make it to where certain project options are visible or not, depending on, like you said, specific deadlines for project types. I think that makes much more sense than how it is right now, where it just locks them out from that
Everything.
from everything. We can still make the edit button for projects that they've put in there already disappear, so they can't edit that project. But then just make it where they can only add specific ones.
Would that help? Okay.
Okay.
Kelton, you had a question? Or did I? Okay. From the chat, Stacy from Pennsylvania had a question. Since we have this time and the date stamp pieces built in on the enrollment side, can we have those visible for event registrations? And we can definitely build that capacity in there too. Yes, right.
So we need to add another layer to that. So in West Virginia, this is specific to us, a time and date stamp when the event is created in the system.
Correct.
Not when someone read the event is created, but then also the individual registers, right? That's a
Yes.
that's like a super urgent one for us. Like that's
So the event and where that gets to be a problem is just that timeline, and then the pushback you may get for people trying to register and the event doesn't go live, and that processing, is that just the monitoring of that event creation standpoint? Is that the need, or a youth protection piece?
Okay. So the time and date stamp would help the universities monitor, because from a youth protection standpoint, you have to report back when those opportunities are available.
Yes, for West Virginia. That may not
For
be
West
everybody
Virginia,
else. That
okay.
might be us by ourselves, but that coming into this week, that was number one on our list because that's the way we help track that. And if we can't show the date and time stamp on that, we've got to go in and track it another way.
Mm-hmm.
And then so that was 1A
Yeah.
on our list.
Brent, we already that's already tracked in the system, right?
Yeah, is
So-
there a way to show it on a report?
Absolutely.
Like, the system
Absolutely.
probably captures it, but when we do a report, there's a column that says that shows the ability for it to be in the report, but it doesn't dump into the report. We can't see it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And just so everybody knows, like we're about to get knee deep into reporting right now.
Yes.
And just so everybody knows, reporting is and has been for the last month and will be. That is my number one priority from the company point of view. And what my plan is when we leave here, any particular requests that have to do with reporting, any reports that you guys have, our entire team will focus on reports for the next month so that whether it be the March release or at the very worst, the April release, any reporting issues that we have or anything we're missing in the system will be completed by that point, period. Reporting is the number one thing, just so everybody is aware of that, okay? If we can't get the data out that we're putting in, what's the point? And that's right. That's right, everybody. I'm on your bandwagon. So we're gonna be getting that squared. So we're gonna go reports. Anything you guys want, need, or anything like that, you make sure we know because it's gonna get done.
Yes, we have a question.
So this is something that I'm thinking of reporting and things that I'm going to be pulling information for. So I think it fits. I was looking, I don't know where else to ask. And this might be a function other states have. But when kids enroll in Maine, they, on our old paper enrollment form, they check projects that they want to do serious work in and circle projects that they're interested and want to stay in the know about. So if I want to send something to all the kids who are interested in dog, that it wouldn't just go to kids doing the dog project. Is there any way to add a second level of projects so you can say like, these aren't my this is just, I want to stay updated about this. So if there's a dog event, I can find out it's happening.
To answer that question, I think the easiest way would be to add a drop down menu and a field during the enrollment process. Brent?
We've had some discussions in the past with regards to, and we're talking about adding additional functionality. Something I've always wanted to do is for the kids to be able to have like areas of interest, things that they would like to see, even if it's something that may not be readily available in their particular county. There may be some programs maybe you do at a regional level, or they may be able to get into something that may be more of a state level thing. But it also gives you guys specifically the area, the ability to manage your marketing of your particular projects, your curriculum types, right? Maybe you're trying to get, I mean, we're in Florida right now, right? So we've got NASA out here on our East Coast. And so when you're doing, statewide partnerships with corporations and stuff like that, you get opportunities sometime to be able to do these programs because somebody's funding them. And, it's same thing for Florida. And we want you guys to be able to have the ability to push those programs and really be able to focus. If there's a new program or maybe a program leader says, hey, you know what, we don't have enough kids participating in STEM projects or whatever that might be, let's try to push that project next year to see if we can grow these programs. Those will give you guys the way to be able to market that. And so if we give the kids the ability to be able to look at maybe a project promo video or something for a particular area, and that sparks their interest, they can check that and say, hey, I'm interested in aerospace, or I'm interested in container gardening, or whatever the deal may be. And that gives you guys the ability to focus your marketing on things kids are really interested in. So that is, I want that to be a note, because that's something we can do at the member level that would be very easy for us to implement. Is that more or less kind of where you were going? Okay.
I think what would help with that, it's on the same basis, is we have this lovely announcements box that we can use. When we put something in that announcement box, it automatically sends a text. Hey, there's something new on Z Suites. Go check this out. Or, and the same thing, if we have people in here that register, it'll send a push like, you haven't completed your registration. You're still, that ability to push out that text would be awesome in that sense.
Okay, so glad you brought that up. Um, let me broach this up, like, just with a raise of hands, and you can't look back at me. I'm just going to see, like everybody. It's like, close your eyes and it'll be private. No, but like, is it who would like to see SMS capabilities from the system? Okay, so this is what I'm going to tell you. Implementing SMS is something we can do. I've already gone to look at it. I know what the requirements are. There is going to be a slight cost involved with doing SMSs. There is no way to get around it. They charge me to send SMS messages, and I don't care. I don't have to make money on SMS messages, but we're getting charged for them. Okay? And that's through Amazon Web Services. They have a particular platform, and it's not like, literally, it's less than a penny per whatever. So we're not talking about any major thing. But Hawaii or Rhode Island, you know, their SMS count is going to be significantly less than Texas's SMS count, right? So if we're dumping SMS messages based on system activities or events or whatever, those are things we need to be cognizant of, and I just want you guys to be aware of that. Again, we're not talking about any epic amount of money, but it does. I think the functionality is good. I think it's a way for you guys to get information to the families and the members very, very obviously, pretty much instantly. So I think it's a great thing. I mean, I have to pay to be able to do it. It's just so everybody knows. Okay. Rob, you have something?
When you talk about an additional fee for SMS, are you talking about charging each time we send a text? Or are you saying that would you build a flat fee into
Yeah.
our annual fee? And maybe if we go over whatever your estimated fee is, that be added the next month, or credit the next
it'll be
year,
B.
or something to that effect?
But it'll be answer B, and it'll be more of a tiered thing, I think. And we'll just say, here's the deal: if your state is 100,000, and they're playing games at this level. I mean, this is where they're dealing with, right? So if you send, I don't know, 50,000 SMS messages for your state program or less a year, here's the fee. If it's a 250,000 or less, this is the fee. We're kind of playing at that level, and that way I'm just making sure. Again, I don't care. We're not making money on the SMS stuff. I think it's a great functionality, and we should have it. I just want to make sure we're able to cover the fees, so I'm not digging a hole on our end. But 100%. I mean, that way, and it's going to be transparent. I'll be able to tell you guys, look, this is what we're looking at, and depending on your state numbers, you're going to be able to kind of get an idea. And we can keep track of that too, Rob, just so you know, so you can see how many have you sent, per month, and you can get those averages, so we can really get a really good idea about the numbers that we're talking about.
There we go. Do we have an idea when texting might be an active feature?
You're not trying to put me on the spot or anything, are you?
No. There's no record of this.
I tell you what I'm gonna do. I have. Let me go back. I'm gonna look at the code. Again, reporting is my number one thing right now. Okay. As far as timelines, I don't want to be. I think we can do this before summer. Okay, I think it can be done before summer. And as we get there, I'm probably going to want a couple of states to help test it with. Okay, so we can check that stuff out, and just make sure that we've got everything smooth before we unleash it on the world. But I don't see any reason why we can't get this done. Before summertime.
There was a question from the virtual participants. Will the front door for that SMS be tied to the announcements section, just as a placeholder, either for the household and or members, or would that
No, my mindset would be this. Again, I wanna drive everything we can out of the administrative side. I would like to give the administration people the ability to turn on or turn off SMS messaging, and it would be event driven.
Okay.
Meaning we would be able to list events, and they can say, send an SMS for this particular event, like registration. You have 2 weeks left till registration, or for this year, whatever the event may be,
Right.
or new event for your county, whatever the thing is that we decide to do these event triggers for. I think that it would be that, and then the administrative folks would have the ability to turn on or off SMS messaging for an event.
Okay.
Does that answer that? Okay. Did that make sense, y'all? We got some post-lunch blues going on right now.
they're looking
So-
for a tie to the mail system?
Right. So would it be on the left-hand side? Would we have a box and click SMS messaging or text? Like, how would we go about doing that? Or like where we could send out? Because like I have like under my announcements, I put in my weigh-in dates. So like it would be nice if like I could just shoot that, like it would go out to my kids, or we're having open house, or so is it going to be on the left-hand side, or how are you going to do that?
No. Like when you go into the administration area, the system administration area, we have different system administration tabs, settings, based on your level of user role. Like the state folks have their own settings, and on down. I'm correct on that? Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't jump off a cliff or something. And so that's how that's set up. Now, so my thought is there will be certain events that will be county-driven events, and there will be certain events that would probably be more state-specific level events. Now, county level events, you may have something like, I don't know, whatever due dates for record books, or, and then you can go in and you're going to see this list of things. We can probably even give you the ability to add events to that yourself and attach a date to it. That would be something we'd have to look at. But we're going to have all of these different types of events, so that you can say, okay, yes, when that happens, send the system triggers the communication automatically.
Okay.
You see what I'm
There-
saying?
There's also a touch point on the email side, on that event marketing piece, the communication where the SMS isn't in there currently, but would there be a admin settings? Is there a way to have an SMS touch point with email communications? Like when an email is sent out, then there's a text piece to go, new news from X county, be it announcement of the newsletter, announcement of an event date, or does it have to be strictly event driven?
You're asking me that?
Yes.
I
I
love it when
suppose the
I love
chat.
it when you preface things with, "Is there a way? Is there a way to do it?" Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes, there is a way. There's also a way when we're talking about event-driven communication, which I think is going to be an area of focus this year. Again, there are some bumps that we need to get cleaned up that are going to be my primary focus because I believe that they're core to the software's need right now and our client needs. And then we can start forging forward on additional functionality. Um, yes, we can have events, different events, trigger SMS messages, and even emails. We can do that as well. And we can even have the sending of an email trigger an SMS message.
And where all
That's
that
what
would
you're asking
happen
for.
would be on the admin side. So for your state events, your state admins can appoint who else works on that admin or has admin privileges for the event. Not everybody may have a familiarity with creating statewide events, as an example, but within those components, as you're building your event, and this kind of ties into if you have registered youth and 4 H adults engaging in some sort of event, then by all means do event registration. Don't go through the passage of somebody doesn't want to work in the system and doesn't want to and wants to host a statewide shooting sports event but doesn't want to do the event registration in Z Suite. There's there's systems that we're building in to help with the marketing and the communication of that, but more importantly, it prevents non 4 H participants showing up fully expecting to do a statewide shoot that aren't even enrolled in the 4 H year. So we need, from a administrative standpoint, we need that crossover, but in the as you're building an event, you would have a menu where you'd have your event registration documents. We can get into the email settings and that communication piece. So there would be a place for your communications to where you could set that up. And then that can be automated depending on the action, whether it's event registration submitted or you're sending out an announcement particular to that event. And then for county events, we'd have something similar, correct? Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay,
speak up
Carla.
here because I think I'm not the only one on this side perplexed here. And Lindsay's gonna smack me on the head if I'm not headed the right direction here with our folks. I think what our folks would like to have when they talked about texting, if they add something to the calendar, the family's notified. If they add something to announcements, the family is notified. Okay, I'm seeing heads bob here. Not tied to registration in an events. Again, back to terminology. If they add something into the system, whether it's a announcement, it's on the calendar, it's a event registration,
Newsletter.
a newsletter, that family gets notification, go into your enrollment because we just posted something and check it out. Is
yeah.
that
So then that's the
Total-
big,
hold on.
that's a
General
volume of
communication.
text messages.
Hold
That's
on.
a large volume.
Hold on. I don't want the word event to cause confusion.
okay?
There,
Because
there-
we're up here going event and
there is
registration.
you're thinking an event that's a 4-H event. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay? Am I on, by the way? Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about an event trigger in the system. It can be any of those things.
Okay, all the things I mentioned.
Every single
Okay.
those are all events that can happen in the system. Like it's an event, it's what an event trigger. Okay? Does that make sense?
Correct.
No.
Yeah, a notification.
No.
A notification.
It's
right?
notification. But
Yeah.
you can
that-
now
if you
that
think
being
about
said-
this, hold on, Erica.
Okay.
If you think about this, literally when like this is in the email settings
If you go to the admin settings tab, Jake, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, she's there. Yeah, he's there. Sorry, Jake. Go to the top. Go to the top. So you see all these tabs, right? And we may have we can add an additional tab that's SMS or communication tabs or whatever, and in that it could be email event triggers, okay, and then SMS event triggers, and literally underneath that it can be create a newsletter, add an event to the calendar, whatever the scenario may be. You can go check this. These are the items. These are the event triggers I want to send an SMS for. And I would expect we'll probably give you the ability based on, like with SMS, there's a certain amount of character counts and stuff like that we have to play with. We can give you the ability to say, okay, go give me your SMS message you want to send based on this event, if that makes sense. This event trigger, like I don't want to, like you when you start looking at me like that, like I start freaking out. Okay, so like when that trigger occurs, send this message. Right? Are you good with that? Okay.
Yeah.
And we can probably even give you cool stuff like I hate saying stuff.
Like on the screen real quick, we have where it says like this is for additional email messages, right? So like where it says email type, where it says email type there, that is what we would classify as the technical term of an event trigger. So this is saying when a club member enrollment is approved, send this email down at the bottom. So it would be the same exact thing. You would just have a list of different event triggers that you can pick from. And we're going to be adding more to the email portion of it as well, more triggers that will happen in the email portion of it as well. It's the same exact thing. Yep.
Now, I think that in terminology, I think the important thing to consider, though, you can think very quickly within your own respective county if you have those multiple touch points that you're going to want to send out text messaging. And if this is something that you have a statewide want and demand on, and you have a large population that you're communicating with, it's not going to take long to get a lot of messages, is the moral of the story.
That's what we were talking about here. Would there be any way to just have a little box there that we could check if we want it sent out in a text message where we're not bombarding everybody with 200 messages a day? Like if it's just certain, a little box say, yes, I want this to go via text. Right. See, that's why we was kind of thinking.
Well, we have a
if-
problem with reading in general, so I
Well,
mean, this
amen.
is,
See, that's why we were
yeah.
thinking like under the announcement, because we go in there and we create, and if we could create that announcement and then click a box, send out text, and not have it tagged on to everything where everybody was getting, 20 emails.
There is a balance point on that. We have to make it complicated.
I think that's sweet. I think that's sweet that you do.
I think that we need a text messaging similar to MailJet, where we go in and we create a mail list of my 7th and 8th graders who are involved in horse. Send these people a text. Same thing as I send them a email. I want to be able to send them, that particular group, a text. I don't want my event trigger to send a text to every person in the county.
Where are we at on that? Let the record show. Okay, we can We can let you create customized SMS lists. We can do it. We can do that. That's doable. That's a good idea. And we can give you a drop down when you create an event and say, yes, SMS this, SMS it, and SMS it to these groups. Shh. Shh. Don't add. Don't add. It'll get added too. Anyway,
I was
so
just
we're
going to
No.
say, the competitor, who we were previously with, when we would type an email, you could type in the entire email, but your text message was basically just a subject line. And the subject line might say, read your email. That's all it is. You're not going to type in your entire text message, the one that you sent via email. You're never going to send that via text.
Yeah,
All you're going to
understood.
do is say, check your email.
I would still like to give you the ability to kind of spell out what you want to say. Right. That's true. Yeah. And it, I keep thinking about like how much do I want to go down this rabbit hole and bring y'all with me? Um, I can tell you that the capability to be able to exceed a character count and split it up into multiple messages is possible. Okay. On Wednesdays. Unfortunately, today it's Tuesday. No, it is possible. Do what? Are they really? So what we'll do is we'll keep it to a specific length, but let you guys edit what you're going to put in there. That's doable. SMS lists will actually be able to let you guys pull up a particular. You can pull up a list, maybe pull it out to Excel, because what you're going to find is, unless we make it mandatory, which by the way is something I believe that we need to start considering. I realize not everybody has a cell phone, but most everybody does have a cell phone, right? And so there is a part of what we do once you're moving to an information management system, it's all about keeping your data clean. Okay? It's man, hey, we need your phone, we need your cell phone number. We need your email address. And that way you guys, it just magnifies what you guys can do with the system. Okay? So, with regards to SMS, it can be done. I'll let you guys know pricing and what we're looking at. Again, we're talking about sub 1 cent per whatever. It's not bad, but we're past the point. Like, I don't want to like incur a whole ton. Like, when you're talking about this thing could get in the millions across the U.S., I want to make sure that's true. But like, y'all may not care about a filter if I'm the one paying for it. Just like my kid. No, you can't. You can only spend $20. They didn't their money. They don't. They don't care, right? They're gonna. Oh, Dad, I spent 50. Yeah.
I can see our urban areas or
Yeah.
certain counties we have some.
They struggle with the simplest of things, and then I've got others that are screaming for this, and they might possibly exceed.
Well,
Yeah.
again, it may be costs. It
We
may
don't
be
know till we
negligible.
start doing it.
It may
Yeah.
be negligible, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You guys may look at it and go, hey, not that. It's a few $100 for our state for the year. Um, we'll, but with regards to the actual question of where we're going, again, like this is a reporting thing that a state level staff they're going to want to see these things. It helps you understand what tools are being used in the
Exactly,
field,
and
right?
where they're being used.
Yeah, so that's a
yeah.
report. So once we get there, absolutely, when we implement this functionality, different levels need to see the data from that tool that they need to see.
Sorry, I'm slightly confused. So right now we have it so in the email list, when I create an email list, I can't actually type an email from there and send it. I have to export it into Excel, copy the emails, and go to my Outlook or whatever program. No? Okay.
There's certain filters that, like, if you want to send it to your fifth and sixth graders, you have to do that because there's not a filter.
So that's what I'm wondering. So
Correct.
so with SMS, you're saying it'll pull all of the numbers to text message. You'll actually type it in there and send it straight from there.
Yeah.
You mentioned something about Excel a minute ago, and I think that's what threw me.
Part of the thing is like because you have to understand, I mean, we can go do the filter for you, but that may not be exactly what you want. Like typically what we do is we give you the ability to say, hey, I want to pull everybody in Cloverbuds. I want every household account associated with a kid that's in Cloverbuds. Okay? You export that to Excel, and then boom, you go to Excel and say, okay, kill everybody in the list that doesn't have a cell phone. Because what's the point? Right? You're not going to SMS to people that don't have a cell phone. So these are all things that we would be able to, you would be able to put a list together specific to your needs, which is the same thing you're doing with email listing. Not everybody has an email technically that, or maybe they unsubscribe, or there's different things going on that that you want to filter out of that list. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then you have to take that list that you perfected and import it into the SMS and say text all of these people.
Yeah, we'll just give you an import button.
Yeah.
And you can call it, whatever, Henry County Cloverbud SMS list. And then it's in there. And so when you're going to send out an SMS message, you can say, hey, I want to send this to Henry County. Technically, that is correct in that particular scenario. Yeah, you're right. Like, I understand. Like, we could do stuff that's an automated thing. It's very easy for us to do, but we'll just give you multiple options. Like, we can give you a list, SMS list for everybody that meets these criteria and that has a cell phone number in the system. I would suspect we're going to have to deal with issues with regards to some of those numbers. Another that is we have to deal with formatting the data, make sure that telephone numbers are put into the system the proper way. Are we, are we going to do any validation on the data? Do we look at area codes, what they call MPA NXX? I worked at Verizon for about 14 years, so I know what I'm talking about here. What they call MPA NXX, do we do validation of those to make sure that they're valid? Those are all things we're going to look at. What happens when we try to send an SMS and do we get codes back? How do we handle bad numbers? That type of thing. Okay. And with most things, when you're doing these SMS messages, implementing a system in place to where if somebody wants them canceled, how do we, when they can text back to a number stop, and then that number is automatically put on a don't SMS list. Those are things that we're going to have to feel out as we go through the process. It's kind of brand new for us, and you guys as well. I can tell you, I mean, I'm sure everybody agrees. There are certain things that you probably filled out a form online or something in life, and you realize you got on somebody's text list, and you wish you didn't. Right? I mean, like for me, like I just renewed my car warranty not long ago. Yeah, yeah, unbelievable. Like it's just crazy. They should have a bill in DC just for the car warranty people. It's crazy. So, but this is a new thing. Okay, we're gonna have to. It's gonna be a one step at a time. We're gonna have to feel it out. Um, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it's great. It's fireworks. It's like, oh man, this is awesome. But there are components to when we take steps like this, we have to feel it out and make sure that we handle all these scenarios.
Click on the email. Hello.
There she is.
Yeah. Right now you click on email list and it has filters. At one point we talked about connecting that email list button directly to reports. In terms of why can't we run a custom report and send an email from that custom report? Why is there a separate email list that has filters? Anybody else want to explain it? I know we've talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah, because if what we really want to do is run a custom report, filter it in custom reports, and then email to those people from that custom report, why is there the email list option that doesn't have the right filters?
Jake, correct me if I'm wrong on this one.
Yeah.
The
So if
email
most
list
people
option allows them to effectively filter down a core set of member data to an email list that they
Correct. Yeah. So
correct?
they have a list of options very similar to like what we were showing with the email, where they can set different what are called conditions
Yeah.
of data that they're trying to get. Obviously, there are there are conditions that we still need to add, such as grade, age, things like that still need to be there. And then they have the ability as well to then paste in emails that may not be in the system, or something to that effect. And so, I mean, yes, we have had the piece of adding in a create email list button to the custom reports. The only thing is obviously we would just have to have some way to know that an email is included in that, like when you're pulling a custom report.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Like there's this magic box that stuff happens in, and I don't live in that magic box. I'm the one who has to make that magic box work. So are we talking about going into the custom reporting tool, creating, basically filtering it out to a particular set of data, and you go, wow, this is exactly what I want. Okay? Now, the point is right there is that data does not exist in a formatted per se, a format that can be emailed at that point. Jake, where are you at? Stay with me. So it's not in a format that can be attached to an email at that point and then emailed out to people.
Most people, I think, when you're a county admin or a state admin and you want to email from the email jet system, go into custom reports, run a report, get exactly the people they want, and import it into MailJet. Because the email list drop down from MailJet
Show me.
doesn't
I'm with you.
give us what we
Let's
want.
let's look at it.
So why? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So click on email list.
Okay. Would you go get my chain mail? Chain mail, please. Helmet. Do what?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
those
did we-
filters.
Okay, hold on. So we're in here now.
Yep.
Jake, show me.
Those are the only options. So most people, I'm hearing,
You're going
and
in creating your own
we're
custom
going
one.
in and creating our own custom report and filtering it down, which is fine. But then we have to import it into MailJet, which we get. But why have this list? Okay,
Okay?
got it.
I'm feeling you now.
Okay.
So how about this? How about this? How about we give you the ability to one time go, I mean, not one time, but to go create your custom list, name that list, upload it and create it, and then it's in the drop down menu from now on. Huh?
Okay, so in that drop down box, if we could add clover buds, 18 to 21-year-old, you're 13 to 17. See, we have all these lists that we kind of got to email out to, which it's no big deal. We just go run a custom report, pull them, and then we make our own. We name it and put our copy and paste our emails into that little rectangle box now. But that's where they're saying it's all those, that's the only filters we have right now, and it limits us
Sure.
without us running that custom report.
Sounds great.
That we ask, can you add this filter? Can you add this filter? Can you add this filter? It seems not efficient to just continue adding filters here when, I mean, in custom reports, there's an unlimited amount of filters because you're never going to be able to have all of the right filters. And so as we are moving to the SMS, I'm asking
Never,
this.
like you just said, never. We're never gonna have.
Never gonna
all
have
the-
enough filters. No, I really,
Okay.
I think,
Jake, we have two options here.
yes.
We have two options here. One, we build a dynamic SQL tool that will create the filter, let them do it and build it on their own and let them save it. And then we're saving the query in JSON, and then we can pull the query later and run it where we want to. Then it's live all the time. Okay? Or we can look at the custom report tool to see if we can just export the query and add a custom button to that and see if we can export the query from there and just save it.
I think the first option you said is probably going to be the easier thing for most of them because we can then do that from the email list so they don't have to go to a separate section and make it and then import it into this place. You know, it's just
Yeah.
saving.
How many times have you built a dynamic SQL?
I
builder?
was just okay.
Yeah, I have, just so you know. No, here's the good news. Sorry. Let's go back to the Jake builds them all method. It's really convenient for everybody except Jake, so I don't see really a reason why. No. Okay. So here's the deal. We can build this tool. We can build this tool. It's painful. For me? For me? Who are we talking about? No. That's right. That's right.
But I'm just telling you that most people go into custom reports, create their report, export it, and import it. That's what's happening.
Okay, so this is what's gonna do. This is what we're taking away.
Yeah, or they're not using it at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? I agree with that 100%. Because I think the custom reporting tool is the awesomest thing in the world, but it's not the easiest thing to drive. So we need to create something easier to drive. So my number one project when I get back, assuming y'all don't lay another number one project on me before we're done here tomorrow, will be to build the dynamic SQL tool for you guys. Okay? That'll be my number one to go build it. I am not unleashing poor Jake on that sucker because it's literally I have to create database calls based on whatever you dream up. Okay? And it's there's a significant level of complexity to that because I have to handle anything you throw at us. The good news is, like Jake said, in this particular case, we can start with an email list layout, which is the general member data. Okay? And then let you cut it down from there. So it'll make my life a little bit easier on that front. Okay? Did you write that down? In front of me? What are they? Okay.
The which one have we? Okay, so we're going into. Has it been fixed so the second email address will show up when you create an email list away? At the moment, it has not been fixed where it's pulling in the secondary email.
We can't hear
list.
you.
Oh, am I? Okay, there we go. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so at the moment it hasn't been fixed where you can pull in the secondary email, but with what we're talking about doing, that will be something that we'll be able to do. So if somebody lists a secondary household or something like that, we can include that in the email list of people to email out.
Explain that problem
So
to me
essentially,
again. What are they seeing?
whenever they're filling out their enrollment, they have the option for most of our people to list a secondary household to reach out to, and at the moment they're just getting, whenever they build it this way from the email list system that we're using, it doesn't pull in secondary
It doesn't
email.
pull the secondary.
Exactly, it just pulls.
Yeah. The good news is I'm writing this one, right? So, I mean, I can make it do whatever we needed to do. Magic box. It's all good. You know, really, here's the thing, really, truthfully. With most systems, eventually, most systems mature to a point where the users are going to want some level of dynamic SQL tool. Because when the users grow, they understand their data more than anybody else. And they understand how they want to see it and how they want to pull it out of the system. And just so you know, I am a huge proponent of that concept. It's your data, you own it, and you need to be able to get it out anytime you want to. Okay? Not saying that any other companies out there may hold your data hostage because I've heard rumors that does happen. But that isn't going to happen here, okay? If one of my clients leaves me tomorrow, their data is their data and they get it in whatever fashion they want it. It's yours. I don't own it. Okay? And the main thing is we give it to you how you need to see it. Okay? Do you have something for me?
I want to make sure I'm understanding because this is all really Greek, okay? So with what you're talking about, when a custom report is built for whether it's SMS or using it in MailJet, depending on what the filters and you want it pulled out, am I correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That information with the way you're getting ready to build it, that report will always be the
Correct.
newest of data.
Correct.
All right. Now, when I take that list and I import it into MailJet, is it going to be updating it within MailJet under these contacts, or am I going to have to re-import it? Is that... Will it sync it, or will I have to sync it and bring it back in?
That's a very good question. Jake, where are you at? Do you know the answer to that, or can we pull it up and look at it?
I mean, right now, like they're saying, you'd have to sync it. And
explain syncing it. Where does that happen?
So this happens here. And so they'd click this sync list, and if that list is already in the system, it'll update the list on MailJet itself, because obviously
Okay.
MailJet isn't ours, it's an API, so we're just
Right.
sending an updated list to that already existing list on
Does that make
MailJet.
sense?
So
Like that's all you would have to do.
So it's being synced there. I don't have to bring it back into MailJet as a
Correct.
contact list.
Correct.
Okay. So with what you're proposing as that email or
SMS.
SMS list is created, we'll have that sync button. And if we already have that pulled into MailJet and we sync it there, it syncs it in MailJet. Am I
That
understanding
is
that
MailJet,
correct?
yes. And the SMS will be running through Amazon Web Services. Okay.
So it'll be like another.
You won't have to sync SMS.
Okay.
It'll be ready to roll.
Okay.
Because we're running against SMS. I'm building that list dynamically.
So it's not going to be like another item on the left-hand side there. Like MailJet, email list, SMS. I guess that's what I was envisioning. I don't know.
I mean, it could be. I mean, you guys would be able to tell me what you want, really. I mean, technically, if you wanted an SMS tool on the left side and you wanted to do a drop down and say, hey, I need to send something quickly to my club or whatever, maybe the club leader got really sick and they can't do the club meeting tonight or something like that. I could see them maybe wanting to use that type of utility to do a quick message out and say, hey guys, sorry, I can't make it. Canceled, rescheduling for Thursday. And then that's not an event triggered scenario right there. I mean, would y'all be okay with that? Okay. And so that would be a reason why we might want it on the left side as a utility tool, a utility app. You got two scenarios. One's running behind the scenes. Like I said, when we went through remember the whole event, event trigger stuff. So like one would be there where the administrative people are going to be able to say, send these things based on these event triggers. And one would be, hey, I need to send an SMS message out, and here, type in your SMS message. Here's your list or multiple lists if we want to do that. And it basically wraps it all up and sends it to Amazon Web Services, and they're SMS'd out. And just so you know, I do not know the answer to this 100% yet. I do know that there are some origination, like there's a setup. It's not expensive, but there's like a setup fee to get these core numbers and stuff that SMSs are sent from. You know, the ones, you block 20 of them and it's still, that's because they bought 1,000 of them, right? And they're sending them out based on all these things. It's the same thing for anybody. We have to get these core numbers that the SMSs would actually originate from. Does that make sense? No? When, when you have a phone number, when you call somebody, there's a caller ID that says it's coming from your phone. When you're doing SMSs through a computer system, you still have to have a base number that you're calling from. Some of them, they're not formatted the same exact as a telephone number would be with an MPA NXX setup. Some of them have like just IDs on them, but that's how it's done. We have to have those set up. And when we're going through this, I'll find out for sure. Can we just can ZSoft have a list of 10 and then everybody can text from it? Does each state need to have maybe a core origination number? They even have core number IDs for like 1-800 numbers, all that stuff. So those are things we'll look at when we get there and say, okay, guys, this is how we have to do it. Cool. Okay. Can I run now? Can I sprint out of here? No. No. Okay. So what? Are you ready for the next whatever?
Sure.
Okay. Where were we at, by the way?
We kind of jumped.
We'll chase some rabbits up here, won't we? We will chase some rabbits. Okay, yeah. So go ahead. Let's go over the next thing.
We had primarily covered a lot on email with that last piece. Were there any more touch points with regard to email marketing or questions on that? The only thing, oh, go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, so right now we have one email. Like, this is the one email that all of our counties send information out of. Is there a way that we can have an email sent out for, or an email account for each county, so that when they go into the MailJet system, they don't see something for all 77 counties? They don't see all 77 counties contact list.
Oh, a
Like,
way to
can,
filter that down?
yeah, just so they can see their own information.
With the way that Mailjet was set up, it has to be that way. We can look and see what we can do when we get back to do what you're wanting, because obviously, yes, it makes sense that and whenever they make a email list in our system, it'll automatically put the county name in front of it so they can search. And one thing that they can also do at the moment is they can make sure to indicate their county name in the campaign so they can make it easier to search for that campaign. But yeah, that's something we can look into. It was just how it was built is it's for the state versus a county by county level in the state. So yes, I 100% agree with what I agree with what you're saying. Yes, it is one way to say, hey, can you do this versus them actually doing it.
Make a note, like looking at a couple of different WYSIWYG platforms with regard to email that will not be quite as restrictive. And then I'm going to be going over this year. Uh, Mailjet is very, very good at what it does, but it puts restrictions on us in some instances where I don't want it to. So I'm going to do some. I'm already researching. I've got two that look very promising. But I don't want to throw something out there that's going to shake the world up. I want the look and feel of it to be able to be what you guys are familiar with. So that's something on my desk to-do list now. Um, I mean, Mailjet works, but it's a little bit quirky. So okay.
The only other piece I was going to say is utilize the template capacity to bypass unbranded, unidentified emails. The days of bad looking emails are pretty much over, and it's pretty inexcusable. You should always have the who, what, when, where, why, and how. It should be marketed as a university event with the appropriate LGU logos. And there's also the capacity to schedule emails. So while we may not have the ability for notifications per se, you do have the ability to drill down who you're communicating to, and you can schedule emails to where if you need to have periodic touch points, be it registration reminders, and you can see by pulling reports who's in progress, who has or has not submitted enrollments or event registrations, you can target your email communications and you can schedule that. I manage our social media channels. I could not do that if there wasn't the capacity to schedule posts. So scheduling is a benefit. It allows you to send or specify date and time when that communication goes out. You have the capacity to drill down who you're communicating to. But more importantly, you can send out identifiable identifiable communication. You can include your county name in your subject line, and it should be targeted and branded as such to prevent it from being blocked as spam. It should be branded. It should be a contact information. You have the ability to hyperlink. So if folks need to respond to that email, which you need to do, you need to include the reply to address. But these are things kind of wearing that marketing hat. Um, I can't tell you how many iterations I still see to this day of the University of Idaho logo. That rebranding was done 5 years ago. I still see the Death Star. I still see the like way outdated tagline from the 80s for cows. It's, they changed it. So That's important. Why is that important? People still don't realize that 4-H programs within your respective states are tied to your LGU. And if you don't have a logo in there, that's an opportunity to reinforce that branding. But if you don't utilize the template components that are right there, who, what, when, where, why, and how. It's the basics on events. It's the basics on your email. It's very easy to kind of streamline and make a fresh look on those electronic communications. On an event management standpoint, we've had a lot of discussion on that. Your events, if you're doing a statewide shooting sports, it's unexcusable to not be doing that registration through Z Suite. And particularly when you have the conversation with the program leader, because there have been problems with kids showing up for that shoot that are not active enrolled youth. It's a risk management issue, but and there's a reason for it. You don't have the waivers. You don't have an enrollment record. You don't know if that individual, be it youth or adults, is active and in the system. And from a risk management standpoint, the more you don't utilize the tools, particularly within the system for events, you're opening yourself up to having a problem, and that's how you go to not having a program. And it's only going to take one to where then you really have an issue. So that's best practices, but that's it anymore. It's critical, and especially with shooting sports. I mean, there's so much training that's tied to that. It's in your best interest to have those synchronized lists, and you have the ability to do the multiple check-offs. It may not be a perfect situation where the volunteer is checking off, but there is a way to communicate with those shooting sports instructors who is not, in getting that local touch point with regard to who should be shooting within a respective discipline. Yes, Diana. Oh, microphone.
So I didn't know if this was an option. So right now, we've got our day camps coming up, and they are 4-H and non-4-H activities. Oh, we didn't do it in Z Suites. I didn't know. So we're doing old school paper form. But if we have an event, so we have some that are just clover buds, the age groups vary on these. Can I create an event where I have day camps and then all the options, or does each day camp, since it has different criteria, need to be its own event?
I would create, if your day camps are of different criteria, create a different event for each of those to match that, and then you can filter it down to your audience type.
Yeah.
The benefit to that, it gives you a reporting touch point. It allows the flexibility for 4-H and non-4-H youth to engage, and you have that record, and you have an easy way to capture whatever event specific information you need to capture very easily. So I would do the setup. The nice thing, once you create those events, those templates can be applied for next year. So if you have a recurring programming, be it like a Cloverbud camp, or if you do a summer series, a spring series, fall series on your day camps, those templates, if you will, those core events, you can use that shell, and that saves a lot, especially if you have a pretty elaborate event registration component where you have to go through those fields and you're populating those drop-down menus. By using that shell that you create for this year as a template, you don't have to go back through all that time and breaking down the enrollment form. So it allows you to pre-plan out what your timeline is. You can have all those organized, and then you just break it down when those registrations need to go live, and it's all right there. I would get in the habit on titling your events year by year, and then just making sure the catch-22 always, when you apply a previous year to a template for new year registration, if you will, is checking your dates. whatever you have in the body of the text, if there's a date reference for this year that doesn't apply for next year, and those date, okay, where does the registration timeline line up? Is it coming on a weekend? Those aren't really good. You want to try to start your opening during your business week, if you will. So that way, if there are questions, you're going to be in the office. They have a touch point. Also checking your hyperlinks to make sure registration information is going to the right point on the website if you share it that way, or if you have any of your attachments, those dates and times have been updated to reflect that. But I hope that answers your question. There was a question on in the chat. Can events be copied and updated, replicated by a county admin? So, Jonathan, were you asking like sharing of county events, county to different county? I think that's isolated right now to for the events that you create within your county, you can only see those events. Or does everything show? Everything shows. Or
The state level is able to see all county events, but county admins can't see other county events unless they're included in that region. Like when
they can
select a
just
region.
replicate their own, though, right?
Right. The state can create a template that the county can then duplicate
Oh, okay.
and use to make events.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah.
So under your events, if you go to your registrations, we have the ability to mark those as no-shows.
Oh,
Or if they've
the
canceled,
attendance?
yes, under the attendance. Can we get that box to show up if you pull that if you go to that household and you look at that child and it pulls up that the events that they've signed up for, but is there
To
any
show their
way
status?
that we can show that status box if they actually if they completed it, if they showed up, no show, canceled, whatever? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how getting the status would be too difficult since we're already showing that they are in that event. We would just have to look and see. Oh, it's possible. Yes. We'll just make a note of that and look at that as well when we get back.
There's a question from the chat. Is there a way to use an API to be better able to share out event information and registration links to the LGU web pages so that way the information can be shared with the public?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. With regards to an API, I mean, yeah, we could certainly give any type of utility to pull specific data. And we were talking about already doing a dynamic SQL builder. So we can certainly give you the ability to export data from the system. If with regards to an API, if you want an embedded interface with another application, then certainly we're going to need, I'm not opposed to doing something like that, but we're going to need to certainly know details, and we're going to need to go over security stuff. And because, when we're dealing with your IT departments and those folks, and we're saying, okay, here's a breakdown of how our system moves data. Here's the data we actually capture, and here's the data we do not have. And when I bring that up, it has to do with if there are purchases on the system. So we do not hold card holder data. We pass that to the gateway through to payment gateways through their APIs. But the short answer is yes, we can, but we would have to go through a process of finding out what is that interface going to be tying to, and how are they going to want to connect so that we can hand our data off to them. There's
100 different ways to do that. So, but it is possible to do. So, is that good?
Did that answer your question, Stacy? Then there's a question from Deanna. Having an API for fetching data seems like a requirement these days. Obvious caveats about security and data that actually exists. So is that starting to become a more of a requirement? That was first time that Brent had that question. So okay. Um,
Okay, let's go. Let's get with it. Okay. An API is an application program interface. Okay, and what it effectively means is we create a specific interface with our application data. There are many ways in which we can store or transmit that data. We can let me just give you for instance, they have there's different protocols that another application could connect theoretically. I mean, they could connect with our application and get specific data from us on a specific time frame. It can be live. There are many other things like that we can do, but it allows, like for instance, we could create like if you had a web page and you had a specific volunteer list or something like that, or anything that's data that resides on our system, we could create an API for it. We can give keys to individuals so that we know that it's a legit request for data. There are many ways to deal with the security side of it, but effectively, it's a way for another application, whether it be a website or something else, to interact with data on our system, and we give them the ability to do it. Okay, does that make sense? Good. Anybody have questions? Good. Okay.
Hey, Erica. I wanna give one suggestion, something we're kind of piloting this year, and we might be a little different in West Virginia for our camps coming up for events. So we've been running this for a couple of years. Like we've done virtual events this way. We've done in person. This summer will be a big test because it's the first summer. We're having a lot of those things, but we have a lot of volunteer staff, right? So for our camps, we don't have a lot of paid staff. We have a lot of volunteer staff. We're running our camp staff application through this as well. So we've created a template on the state level for it, almost like an event that we're having our camp staff go in to the system. It's dumping information over. We're asking new questions. So our volunteers can apply to be on staff through the system as well. So we're doing that on a state level. Maybe some of our counties are kind of piloting it, but just an idea. I mean, as we're kind of thinking about things and how to use the system, something we're trying out for this year.
I have one to share too.
Jake, make a note. Brent Clark, West Virginia, 10% increase due to system usage. I'm just, I'm totally playing. No, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. And when you guys come up with stuff like that, there may be some more things that we could do to make it a little bit more focused on that particular usage type instead of, sometimes we, try to, square peg round hole, kind of deal. And if we can help facilitate that being an easier process, then by all means, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to do. And, again, we expand the possibilities for the app.
Well, there's actually Idaho kind of does something similar with their college scholarship applications. Actually have a portal, collects cursory information, and then there's a whole variety of statewide 4-H scholarships. Those applications have been embedded as events with the registration fields and those components. So then there's a timeline for that event that the portal's open. They can fill in their applications. And the reason they went to that and using the system and that event capacity, if you will, for doing college scholarships is we're having so many issues with Google Docs and then the wide variety of browsers at home, browsers not being updated, Google Docs not working, broken parts and incomplete packets. With the way the registration fields are set up, kids can upload their they have a placeholder for their transcript. They have a placeholder for photo. They have a placeholder for the completed, just proof of application for the school. And then, there's various drop down answer spots, text fields that the kids respond to for the respective application. But it's been a huge benefit when it comes time to reviewing the applications, because you can compile your report. It exports in a PDF, and those can be shared out with the scholarship reviewers, and you kind of have that documentation without really having to get in the nuances of printing all of those college scholarship applications by paper and then losing paper pieces for the review piece. So
Erica, there was one follow-up question, I think, to the camp staff, if that was for youth or adults. For us, we're using it for adult camp staff, but I'm sure you could use it for teen leaders or teen staff, that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And then in West Virginia, too, we've, like I say, kind of testing this out over the last year or two. We've tried a couple different ways. Do we have volunteers? Let's say we have an event set up in the system, even if there's not a staff application for it. Let's say we know we're going to take these 10, we'll take whatever volunteers we can get at this event. Do we have the volunteer register for the event as well? So they're in the system. We know they're there. We can mark them as being there. So we've kind of tinkered around with that a little bit on, do we put them in or not? It helps us just with some of the reporting and records to say, okay, here's everybody that was at the camp, whether it was youth participant, adult volunteer,
Or
whatever.
staff.
Our folks can speak on it better than I have, but I know we have kind of went back and forth on, do we have the volunteers sign up or register for the event so we know they're a part of it as well?
There's several state events facilitated prior to coming to this position where we've vacillated on doing registrations for volunteers and not doing that, and staff. And where we got into the habit of doing that was we had staff get hurt. And so then they have to go to the ER, and we had none of the documentation we needed for them. And yes, they're adults, and they have their ID and everything, and their insurance card, and it was fine. But more and more, our volunteers are on medications. More and more, the university, if you're on an overnight event, you have to have a nurse on staff, and then regardless of your age, you have to work through the nurse for those meds to be released. And working with the nurse on site for that event, just to make sure everybody stays on top of that.
Now, I took mine I don't know if anybody else has done this, but I did it for myself. I took mine one step further to make it easy for my volunteers to sign up. Underneath my club page, because I have certain volunteers that'll just do Clover Bud or just do youth. So I made up clubs. So when they did their registration, they signed up under I have 4-H younger camp, I have 4-H older camp, I have Clover Bud Day, I have horse camp day. Or if they're just our leaders, they're not there, but they're in our leaders association. So they can pick where they want to be
Volunteer.
at, and I know where. So they automate, it just kind of puts them where they need to be at. And then when they register for events, they can look at that younger camp, and everything just goes. I can sign them up use that volunteer format like Brent said, because it's just easier for me. It's a little bit more work to add those clubs, but it's easier in the long run for me. Just to put that out there for you guys. Yes.
I think that's an addition to. I think that's an addition we can do to the events segment of the software to make it easier. Like these are clearly things that you guys are going to be doing on a fairly regular basis. So handling staff and these type of things are something we need to add to that tool. So we need to get a group together and discuss that. That helps us nail down some requirements that we need to do. Adding some of these things really isn't going to be overly complicated to do. We only have 400 million not so complicated things to do, but it's not so complicated. Except the dynamic SQL, that's complicated. Yeah, yeah. That's a doozy. No, so there you go. Bring it on. Let's go. That's right. Let's do it. No, it's all good. It's really stuff. It's really a normal evolution of it, and that's why I like this point, because these are things that this is what we need to focus on. This is what this year is about. It's making this tool a management tool for you guys. The whole point of it all is to make what you do easier. Okay? That's what it's about. And this is where, you start working out the bumps because you have to get over the speed bumps. And then we're kind of starting to get there. It's starting to slow down a little bit. Well, until we have this meeting and then it ramps up again. But no, but it's starting. What you're going to see is next year will be smoother. And we're talking about less, hey, it'd be nice, and more, hey, what about if we did this? Like we're going to start, it'll be like, can we take it to another place? Completely adding new functionality, because the functionality that takes care of what you guys do every day, that's starting to smooth out and we don't have issues there anymore. That's the normal cycle. That's how it works. Okay. So, but yeah, I love that, Brent. I think we need to have a crew, and we need to push those requirements and figure out how can we make that events tool and add that functionality instead of something you have to kind of tweak it to make it work. How can we make that thing set up to make it easy for them?
So a comment we got from the chat. One major need we have for events is to be able to ask specific questions to external participants only, and the same with making waivers mandatory for external participants, but verify for internal. You're absolutely right. And on the event creation, more and more your universities have a very standard policy on protecting minors, and on the paperwork documentation side, it is very standard for a consent piece for the minors, a health form component. I guess the lead on that checks and balance for that is, as you work with your county admins or as you create your events, go through your calendar, take that lead time to build that event. We have your demo states. Those are always a great place. Like if you have a document in an event that maybe you need to test and see how that runs, those sites are there for testing, and it won't impact your data set. The beauty about that is you can have hypotheticals. Those hypothetical youth and adult records are there for you to test what that look and feel and that touch point is. But the catch 22 on that event registration creation is it doesn't happen the day before you open it up. You need to look at your calendar, block out that time to where you put forward those best practices, and especially getting into those questions. So Stacy, what kind of specific questions, I guess, is there a capacity, Jake, when you create those events for non 4-H members to get into some of those elements without duplicating? Is there a way to delineate what shows for non 4-H participants versus 4-H participants in that event creation?
At the moment, no. Whenever you set up a field for the event, that is just, or for the registration, that is just an event registration question.
But you could set up a registration type and then have those questions specific for that registration type, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
It's just at the moment, it's not set up that way.
Okay.
Make a note. My recommendation on that is this. We can either do registered attendees and then what do you call it? What'd you say, external? And then let them do questions for each, like separate on each tab. Or we can have a single question tab with just check boxes to say, ask this for one, the other, or both, right?
Yeah. I think that is more, well, what you were talking about, so I think the second option is the easier thing to do, because then you don't have to have a bunch of different fields, one for members in the system, one for members
Agreed.
outside of the system, things
Agreed.
like that. With
Yeah.
what Brett was talking about, or just had brought up a second ago, is we do have it split for like members and volunteers. So like members have questions and then volunteers have questions. And then there's a way to duplicate those down. So like once you create them all for members, if they're the same for
It's
volunteers, then
is it possible to have external volunteers?
yes, you can have external versions of both.
Of course there is. Okay, so that's good.
So, I'll use Idaho as an example. You can break down. We have a wide variety of registration types for that event. We have steering committee youth. We have delegates. We have also chaperones, staff, and then well, those would be the four. You create the registration type, and then you can specify what questions are visible for what registration. This takes a lot of time. It just on the registration fields, you can designate for when you create your registration types, breaking, we had a couple different types of youth. We have to break apart and we have to have total head counts, but I need to know how many kids are coming to this event that are on the steering committee, and that was usually right around 50 versus the 200 kids that are delegates. And so then you break down your registration questions, and so everybody has to identify what legislative district. So that question can appear for your registration types, including the adults, and then you can break it down to what questions appear for only that particular registrant, if that makes sense. Then you have a follow-up piece. If you answered yes,
Question is not going to appear. So
Right.
it's a dynamic level.
it takes some more lead time. I'm happy to kind of showcase that at one of our upcoming admin meetings to just kind of show how that works. But the benefit to that is when you come to pulling your event reports, then you can filter down for that specific registrant, if you will. And then it allows you to just where it got critical was placing our judicial registrants and our legislative registrants into the appropriate workshop and whether they're first year or second year. So there's a lot of if this, then this, if, and moving forward through that registration form. That's a question.
So I'm going to say I'm getting ready to chase one of those rabbits or squirrels, whichever is your preference. And this is on our wish list and maybe on some others. So your brain is filled with excellent use of the product. Okay. Help sheets, videos, something, because what is listed there, usually what I'm looking for is not there. Okay. And I know my sweet little Jake back there, my buddy, my pal, will stop what he's doing, which he's got other things to be doing, and create a help something for me real quick. Or I'll say, don't worry about that. Let me do it myself. But we need more help tools. And so I don't know if others in here, if we could start sharing things being created so we don't have to start from scratch, but your brain's filled with that, but we're having to learn things the hard way and making some serious mistakes along the way. So I don't know if I got any head shakes on that one or not.
Is there a way that we can all, I mean, how's the best way for all of us in this room and online and state admins to communicate your idea of how do we share? I've created some tutorials, but I don't have no idea how to share them with anyone. And I have no idea how to communicate to anyone. Somehow I think that we need to form a,
I don't know. I just know we need something because we're learning about the seat of our britches. And
We can do a user form, and then we can actually we can begin by adding, you know, what we think are the obvious uh, segments of the software, you know, so each thing's broken down into event management, whatever. And so there's logical areas. And then typically how that, I mean, you guys have been in stuff like that, right? I mean, where you can actually do searches and, or go into different sections and read what somebody put in lately and that type of thing. Um, and we can, you know, we can manage that, and then you guys have a resource, and not just to go put information, but to research information and ask questions like, hey, has anybody tried to do this before? And then what you get is a whole lot of discussion on the subject. And it really, frankly, it helps us too, because we can monitor it and be a part of it. Our staff can be parts of that, you know, part of that process too, and say, hey, that's a good point. And it's just another communication point for all of us to have together, which I think is advantageous for everybody. Um, and we, you know, you can add screen prints and everything in there to make it something that's a very useful tool. What do you think about that? Okay, yeah, I'm with that.
I'm a help sheet queen. And in my book is there's no such thing as a bad question. So if a help sheet is needed, um, you know, to put it into the library, it's going to be very basic language. But I've been working with Jake on pieces where there's been a need. So I just need you identify the topic and let me know, and we can make that happen. We do want to maintain that library in the help section and keep that universal. And that's going to, and the reason being, when there's system changes, it makes it one document to update, not 50 iterations. From a user standpoint, we're going to get people, it's a consistency thing. So, where do I go to get the information? So, having that help repository, um, identify the need, and then if there's items that are outdated or that we need to refresh, let us know. But if there's topics where there's a gap, we can do that. But not, with regard to your like, show me how, that's what those admin meetings are for. And so that's, I can walk through the breakdown on making those dynamic fields and how those registration forms can be done. I can also showcase kind of what Idaho has done as an example with using events to facilitate scholarship registration and some of those demonstration things. There was a recommendation perhaps of doing like Microsoft Teams on that dynamic or that forum component, because there is the ability for sharing, chat, whatever we kind of come with out of that, we can certainly do that. But on the help sheet side, um, whether it's a help sheet for a family, help sheet for a club volunteer, help sheet for admin, help sheet for county staff, or even a state help sheet, I can do that. That's not a problem. And then we can put that in library. But the sharing of the resources too, I think, is helpful in that information.
Just not. On while we're on the events dashboard here, I would like to see more filters. The only filters we have are to view current events or past events and to show state events or county events. At some point, when I click show past events, you know, it shows right now we're a year into it and it's going to show 40 events. Well, within a year and another year and another year, it's going to show hundreds of events. And if I view county events, it may show thousands of events. When we get that much data, it serves no purpose. Also, the search field, so I say, okay, I want to search for horse events in the past. The problem is the search field is so dynamic that it's searching more than just my event name. So it might pull up events that have nothing to do with horse, but it's such a dynamic search that it's pulling up. And so again, it's an irrelevant search. I only want to see anything that has a horse in the title, but it's pulling up Clover Bud events because it's so dynamic. Somehow we need that search field to search only the event name. Otherwise, to me, it's irrelevant.
I would love to know who wrote that code.
And then we need it by year as well. So I want to search only 2019, 2020 events.
Yeah, 100%.
We need it by year, not just every
You on that?
every
You got it
past
down?
event.
Yeah, we can filter by anything that we capture on an event.
Another thing that I think is quite important to us and probably others, county admins on their county dashboard only see events that require approval only if the event is pending approval. If it's pending payment, they have no record, they have no visibility that it's even out there. So we're seeing a lot of events that go unpaid because nobody's aware of it. It's not on their dashboard. So when you go to a county admin dashboard,
Do you mean registrations for
event,
events?
event
Okay.
registration,
Okay.
when you go there, so it's only going to show up if it is paid and it's pending approval. If it's pending payment, it's not there. And so the county admin doesn't even know that registration exists. They can't call little Billy and say,
Yeah.
hey, you've registered for this event, but you haven't paid for it.
Jake, do you know why that was left off? Was there a particular request? I mean, was there something that said this is what we want to see? And
Not that I'm not aware of why. It may have been because it was before we added in payments, and then it was just we forgot to put it in the inclusion list after payments was added in.
okay,
If I had to guess.
but yeah, that's 100%. Every one of those legit.
Because I think that's really important.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
We have visibility to every registration that's pending. Event by event, right? Yeah. Right. Yeah, and that's the only way. They'd have to go
Well,
event by event to see.
I want to make it. I mean, really, we should make it as easy on you guys as possible. That's the thing.
Right. Yeah. So there's this new, I don't know if it's new per se, it's new to me as I have been told about this issue recently. There's this strange issue where if it's a state event, even it like so say you have like you have a event that has it's multi-county rather. Like it doesn't show on the dashboard of the county like that there is a member pending approval or pending payment on that dashboard. Even though the event is for that county, they can't see that there's members pending approval for there. So we can also look at one other thing.
Wait,
on
let
there.
me. I want to get that clarified for a second. Hold on a second.
Yep.
We have a state event registration going on right now.
State event.
A statewide event.
Every
so
county in the
every it's
state.
open to every county.
Okay.
And so families go in and register. We have it set up so they cannot pay until after they've been approved by the county. So I told the counties to go in and look at the approvals box and approve their records as they come or registrations as they come in. And then I started getting phone calls that there's nothing in that box. Well, it turns out that because it's a state event, they're not showing up county by county in the county admin's approval box. They're showing up in my state event approval box, but not. So Brandy's from Yellowstone County. Her Yellowstone County approval should be in her.
Well, that's genius.
Event
of course it's supposed to be
box.
that way. No, but so if we have when you create the event at the state level, we can look at having a checkbox that gives you the ability to say approval at county level.
Yep. That's what
Yeah.
I was about to suggest. Is, yeah, we can turn that setting
because
on.
when we were going through this again, it's like a state level event's a state level event, and so
But it makes complete sense. Why wouldn't you use your staff to go ahead and approve it?
Because
I
I
mean, you
don't know who
all
they
those
I don't know
bids.
who they are.
Sure.
I'm not approving them. They're approving them, and then taking their money, and then they're paying me. So that's how that works.
As my wife tells me when I
Sorry.
ask her a favor, she'll allow it. I'll allow it. Is that good? Okay. Oh, no, no, but really, that's completely legit. 100%. And like I remember the early thing when we were doing state level events and we were like, oh yeah, we'll do this, and then they're state level, and then we can do it this way. But then we learn, and then we come up with stuff like that. Jake. Okay, so all of this stuff we're shooting for next Friday. Okay, so just
Yeah, on it.
Yeah.
I'll get to working on it as soon as we're done.
Can I make two suggestions on the event question side, the event registration question part of it, the event registration form?
Can you go to
And-
that part of the system?
and-
State or county event?
It doesn't matter. It's just creating the registration form. So just click on right there, registration form. It would be helpful, one, to add a quantity line item. Well, so if I'm selling meals and it's $10 per meal, okay, I have to go in and I enter quantity 1, $10, quantity 2, $20, quantity 3, $30, quantity 4, $40. I'm entering, it's a drop down menu. You select which option. Well, and that's great if there's only 2 or 3, I'm only going to sell 1, 2 or 3 meals. But in some cases, and I'm not talking meals, but for other events, select the number of livestock tags you wish to purchase. Maybe we've got 20. So I've got to go in 1 tag, $1, 2 tags, $2, 3 tags, $3, 4 tags, $4. So I'm entering that 20 times. And again, if I'm entering 100 items, which I've done for an event, rather than just saying, select your quantity, 5, times, enter your amount, $20. Okay, the system figures that's $20. So rather than it being a drop-down menu, it's just a quantity. If that's possible. Okay. And then the second is if there's the ability to hide a question. So I'm selling t-shirts and I've got small, medium, large, adult, medium, large, extra large, and up to triple X. So I've got several different sizes. Now I no longer want, so now I've got to order my shirts, but registration's still open. So anybody who registers now, I don't want them to select a shirt size. I want to hide that question. I can't delete the question because then I delete all the data of everybody who's already registered. I want to hide the data. So I want to hide that question so that if little Billy's going in today and registering, I don't want him to select a shirt size. I don't want him to even have that option. The only option I have is to go in and say, okay, I've got 3 small shirts that have been ordered. I have to set a maximum of 3 small shirts so that appears
Okay, so
sold out.
Let's hold the mic. Let's go back to number 1. Let's address the first thing. Because what we're talking about with regards to that is we're talking about a special kind of field there. So if you're adding an item that's going to be for purchase. Jake, look at me like right. Okay. So if we're adding an item that's going to be for purchase, technically it's going to be involved in math, which is what you're wanting. Like we're going to give a quantity, so there's going to be. To me, that needs to be a separate deal. What are your thoughts on that?
One thing, which is what I was trying to set up real quick so we can get an example of how this works. So we have an option here where they can set up paid options. So one thing that we can do is, we have here limit number of selections, and then we can have an option here that says limit quantity. And then if they have a number in there, we can have a drop down that appears and then do the math for them if they put an option in limit quantity.
Good.
So then, Rob, you can say that you allow for the quantity of 100. So then, anytime that someone picks something, they'll pick that they want that option, and then another field shows up next to it saying quantity, and then they can pick a drop down from 1 to whatever number you set as the max quantity.
And the system will calculate what
And then we'll have
the
the system,
dollar amount is.
and then we'll have the system calculate. We'll have the system add those two fields together, or multiply those two fields together.
Yeah.
And then that'll be added on.
Okay.
I mean, that was just a quick thought of what I was
100%.
thinking.
Whatever works, but yeah.
I think whoever the genius was who came up with the paid option should get a free coffee. Was that you?
No. We fixed it.
It wasn't me either. It wasn't me either. Because I would have probably asked that question. Like, I would have thought, well, we need to be able to do the math on it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
so we can do that. That can fix that problem. Now let's move on to the part 2, where, go over this with me again.
To remove a question, remove or hide a question.
So explain to me why.
Well, so
Huh?
there's a couple of, yeah, and that's another example of a so
Early bird
the-
registration
The
type thing.
situation I gave was
Yeah.
was t-shirts. So the registration is open for another week, but I've got to order my t-shirts today. So anybody who registers for t-shirts after today is not going to get a t-shirt. So I don't want them to select their shirt size. I don't even want to give them the option because shirts are no longer available. So I want to hide that question. The only way I can do it is to go in and mark every one of them as sold out. There's 3 small shirts available, so sorry, it's sold out. There's 2 extra large shirts available, they're gone. So I've got to go through and mark each one of them sold out.
It's like
Or I have to leave the question in place and explain to each person who registers, sorry, it's, we're too late.
it's kind of like
It's
with,
just a matter of hiding the question or
Yeah.
a
I'm
late
with you.
fee or
yeah, and
That
it's
makes
like
number of
sense.
situations.
early bird that after this date your fee's going to go up.
I
Yeah.
love you guys.
So-
I really do.
You get incentive for doing it early, but after that, you're not gonna get that t-shirt. It's not an option.
Jake.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we have code in place that allows us to hide fields because we have this option here that says is field visible based on another field. So we could just add another option in here when they edit the field that just says make this field visible.
Yeah. It's a little bit more than that. Just so you know. But it is doable. It is doable.
That's not from enrollments. It's from it's from other people in the household. If they already have that data, it'll automatically pull that data in. So I mean we
It's
can
only on
we can-
it would only happen on fields that we are able to pull, right?
Right. So essentially what it is if you have a household of 6 kids and you're typing in the mailing address You can set autofill when available, so that way when you fill it out the first time, the other 5 you won't have to fill it out again for the other 5 kids. It's not pulling it from enrollment, which is something we have had brought up to us and we have on our list
This
to pull fields from enrollment.
this particular thing though, it's a bit more complicated than just, hey, we can do this and check this box, because like I'm just sitting here listening to these guys, and they're like, there's multiple scenarios that like this is a date driven deal. This is possible. Did we hit the maximum number of T-shirts deal? Um, I mean, there's several different triggers that may say hide this thing. So we're going to need to look at that and say, okay, we're going to have to add these different types of options. Like, hey, don't, hide this after the 22nd, or hide this after the amount gets to 100, right? And I know my people, they'll come up with more stuff for us. Yeah. I know what's gonna. I can hear it right now. Well, I ordered 20 mediums and 25 larges. So what happens when the mediums run out? It's coming. It's coming. I can feel it. But that's the way it needs to be, right? So it's funny, like something as small as that, you can start to see how complicated it can be. Like, we have to check every possible scenario. But on the surface, if we're doing date driven stuff and stuff like that, yeah, we can get that stuff set up to hide it. And it really, I can see the reason why we would want to do it. There's so many things that we would never have envisioned, like, oh, we're going to need to do this and that along the way, but it's 100% we can make that happen. I can't read. People know I got bad eyes. Okay. Hey, Jake, could you please tell Jonathan that he has exceeded his questions, and therefore the trigger event will be, we will hide Jonathan from the chat the rest of the day. No, I'm just kidding, Jonathan. Just kidding. The early bird registration example was a good one to work from because it affects, oh, he said sorry. Okay, so because it affects the payment component, T-shirt availability, deduction and registration fee relates. Okay, sorry. Is there a way to keep a library of questions so that questions that we ask for nearly all events are asked uniformly from event to event? No. Golly. Like, I'm like, listen to them. Like, I don't even finish the sentence, and they're like, oh, hallelujah. No, that was Stacy. That was Stacy. So, yeah, we can do that. There's no reason why we can't do that. Yeah. Yeah. Externals. Yeah. Yeah. The externals. Yeah.
Sorry. So, so we do tri-county and then like some state stuff. When we go into the event registration list, like sometimes I like to know how many of my members are participating. What I have to do, I click and select my county, but then I have to go down and count. Is there a way that there could be just a number at the bottom or the top of that screen that says when I click Jefferson County, it gives me how many of my kids are in that event?
Of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
actually, to answer that question real
We can
quick,
do it.
how it actually works right now is number of registered members. This column here goes based on your county. It used
No,
to
no,
we or
I'm in our state
or is
photo.
it the other way? I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
remember.
it's
It's
the
been
other way.
changed so many times.
Take that, Jake.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes, we can add another column on here that says
You know-
specifically for your county, so you don't even have to go into the event
This
itself.
this is the truth, and I really I mean this like. And I know we joke around a little bit, and like we joke around, we have a good time, but you don't know how like it makes me feel awesome that you guys know this sucker better than we do. No, and I really mean that. I really mean that because what that tells me is that you guys are in there, you're doing your job, and you're using the software to do your job, and that's where we need to be, man. Like that pumps me up so much because you're going, no, Jake. It does not do it that way. We have tried and it doesn't, right? And we love that you're doing that. We love that you give us that feedback because we are going to make the changes and we're going to help you guys do what you do better. And that's how we make it what it needs to be. Okay. Please remain seated while we're bashing the technicians. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please stay seated. Doesn't need to get physical up in here. Oh yeah, let's take a break. Let's take a timeout. Let's take a 10-minute give or take and get some more coffee. Would she just bail? She's shopping. The thing with her is there is no telling.
It is so small, like you can only see 3 at a time. Is there any way that we can make that different so that
Show me, Jake. Trey. What? Oh. Hi. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're now live again. We've just had a request to show. Let's talk about this. Okay. One thing we're gonna do as well. All of these grids, I'm gonna go look at individually because I cannot stand inconsistency. And we need to have filters and sorting and everything on every one of these exactly the same. Okay? Because if it makes you, like, it makes me angry. Well, how come y'all didn't put that on the list?
I just did.
No, that's a different thing. Okay. 1 second. Once before we let our friendly representative from Maine cut loose on the floor, let's talk about this. So we're talking about this page.
My page doesn't look like that. It has probably on the dashboard when you very first sign in. It has the yep. Yeah, there you go.
So that's bad.
That's horrifying.
Okay. Hey, I just want you to know I appreciate you keeping it gentle for my sake. Horrifying, is that what we said? Okay.
Gives you a heart attack. Only have 2 kids.
Jake on the list, the horrifying list. Let's put that on there. So yeah, so this needs to be. It's not scrollable up and down right now, or is it just? Oh, there's only 2.
And I get another bar. So you can make sure you're using the right scroll bar. Hold it in the right place in your mouth is not held open right.
And if we could scrunch them together.
Well, we've got stuff like this. We've got 4HH, which hasn't even been. So there's technically a column there that isn't even being filled. So it looks like we got all that room. We will look at this and address this problem.
What we have on our, we would like to see is down there at the bottom where it says showing 1 of 2. Can it have, do I want 5, 20, 25, or all showing? Something like that.
Like verified.
Yeah, or, I mean, the number of rows showing.
Yeah.
Because that's something you see very often, and I will use Sterling volunteers. When I'm in Sterling's managing, I can set it with how many I want to see.
Okay. We'll look at that for you.
And then, and then along that line,
Jay, go to the right. How much data do we have out there?
Golly.
We need every one of those fields to show up. All of those. AKA no. We don't need to have all that stuff. All right, we'll look at that. Like, just make a note that we need to look at that completely. Okay. You never know whenever what's going to rile the mob up. Sometimes, like, whoops. Okay, Mike, that side.
Okay, so on this page as well, it's probably if you go under manage accounts and then go to enrollments, please. Okay, so on this page, let's say I scroll down and I go to a volunteer that's at the bottom of this page and I want to edit their information and I go to like edit requirements. On my screen, when I'm looking at this, that screen doesn't open first. What happens is I click on edit requirements and then it takes me back to the top of the list. And then I have to scroll back down and do it a second time. And that second time is when I can see this information.
Really?
Yes.
Thank you, West Virginia. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
Okay, so
It doesn't for Oklahoma.
make a note. Do me a favor. When you get back, okay, get with us. We're gonna get on. I want to watch you do this remotely.
Okay.
We can actually see code stuff running in the back end, so we'll do some stuff on your monitor.
Okay.
And to be able to see that and see what's going on there, and we'll figure out why is it not doing that the first time, and we'll get that figured out.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you close that, please. If you go all the way down or even to, well, like on the household. Okay, so the way it's numbered, like page numbers instead of letters. So like if you don't know how to spell a last name and you're in the household tab and you put in like CH and you get 10 pages worth of CH, is there a way to change that from page numbers to like a letter? Because then when you choose one, well, first of all, you have to find the right one. You have to search all of those pages to find the correct one. But then when you click on it and go into it and you go back out, it goes all the way back to the first page instead of wherever you were. And so then you have to scroll through 10 more pages to find the same one
That
again.
That ticks me off so
It
bad.
does.
Any search.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We're fixing every one of those because
Okay.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
All right, now I'm really going to ask my question, and nobody can have the mic until I do. So, something that Maine asked for when we first started meeting with you guys last summer, you were like, yeah, we could probably do that. And then I haven't brought it up again. But I don't, and I have no idea if other states have any use for it, but it's something that I am repeatedly asked for is a viewing permission statewide that does not give someone full admin privileges. So that somebody like my program administrator, Lisa, is terrified that she's going to screw up someone's record. She wants to be able to look up names, run reports, probably send emails and texts, but absolutely not be able to change data. And then I have like my livestock liaisons who they're in County B, but they should be able to reach all of the kids in the beef project throughout the state. So, which I'm not asking for like a beef only one, but if we could have them have a way to have an account that is just a view only, is, well, like, but not editing, just to not be able to actually go in and edit an account because that's,
For your dual county, the capacity of the individual's paid enrollments to that county are
we don't charge, and we don't have, there's no financial thing in Maine. We're very, very small.
Huh. So we want to create a user type that can see any account but edit nothing. This is your program leader? Okay, that was well said, by the way. So, um, you need to shed light on this?
well, no, you have the option for any level of admin to restrict what they could edit and or
It's certainly doable. Yeah, I mean, it is doable, and we'll put it on the list. And um, it's an interesting concept, honestly. Most people that are at an administrative level are pretty confident in their ability to be able to not jack something up. But in this, no, yeah, yeah, really, yeah, that makes sense. 100%. Best example you could have thrown at me right there. Best example. Yeah. Yeah. Stay away. Next time I speak with him, I'm gonna go. You don't even get in the system. You don't know what you're talking about, Kestner. Come on, man. No, we can do that. We can certainly put it as an admin function that they can go in and say, "Here's a button." Jake, are you writing this down? Yeah. Wait, I tell you what. If y'all don't mind, I want you to leave it up to me to name this. We'll call it the Kestner button. Are y'all good with that? Like, and you go back and tell him I said that too. Yeah, the Kestner button. Yeah, just click this. You cannot jack with anything in the system. No, but really, it's doable, and we can do that. There's some things, honestly, that I mean I would never think of doing in a million years. Okay, good. Okay.
All the time say, I would like to be able to click onto something and see who all is enrolled in my club on a, real time basis, because we take enrollments in our state year round. I don't know about every other state, but, just because the shooting sports club enrollment, our date's August 1, they may not join a club until January. We still are happy for them to do it. And the club leader wants to see it in real time. He wants to know, you know, and I'm juggling so many chainsaws, and so is my admin and everything. We provide quarterly updates to our volunteers, but they kind of want to be able to see who is in their club and see their contact information, like reach out to mom and dad. Our system doesn't allow that, and it's a little trouble for them to have to call us, and I'm cool with them having access to something like that, but it may be something that state program leaders are not. I don't know.
They're enrolled in Z Suites underneath the.
No, we're not. We're in that other system. But
Oh.
I'm trying to talk to my program leader.
Oh, okay.
Feel free to
about-
boo.
I'm
Feel
trying to
free to
connect
boo if
them.
you would.
Okay, so see that's what's awesome about Z Suites is when you put them in and you name they have their vetting done and you name them as that club leader, they can log into their account and on the left hand side they click on their name and they see, like mine says Maysville Wildcats. I can click on that and I can see everybody that's in my club,
That's
name, email,
beautiful.
address, phone number, parents, all that good stuff.
Alabama club leaders and volunteers would do triple flips over that. So that's something I need to share with
You might ask yourself, what are they thinking at Auburn? You know, I think about there's stuff like that that
We're
crosses
being
my
held
mind all the
hostage
time.
by another system right now.
But that capacity needs to be added. Yeah, because that part is missing.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Erica. We were trying to go out on a high note. We really appreciate it. Yeah. No. So we've got the list. We've got essentially a compilation of everything we've talked about today and that we've put together on the list. We started today talking about like we have 100 and just a few left, and that list of 708 since August 1st. Now, Jake, it's back up to about 708. Yeah. No, it's really not that bad. The truly, you're going to. This is how this works, okay? And I like explaining this whole thing, this software mystery in the background. Changes over time should happen more quickly the more mature the software package gets. Okay? And because it's our job to build the software package, the architecture, everything on the base and how the software package runs, it's our job to build it in a way so that we can get to where we need to go to make the changes for what you are asking for much more expeditiously, right? That's what it's about. That's how it works. If you go by software, this is how it should work for you. Okay? So, what we're going to do, and this makes me so happy, and this does not make Jake happy, but this is the way it needs to be. Because, I really wish we could have had this get together last year and we would have been able to, I think, do things more efficiently than have been able to do over Zoom. Which, I mean, Rob, we got a lot done over Zoom. We really did. But meeting like this is so much better. And it allows us to get to know each other. We feel much more comfortable communicating at all levels, whether you're state or county or whatever, it doesn't matter. Um, the more we open this communication, the better we're going to be together. And we're doing this together. Okay. You guys are helping us grow, and we're going to help you grow. And that's how that works. Okay. So we've got this list. I'll take this list. We're going to go over it. We're going to commit to getting this list done before we crank up next year, before we have this meeting next year. Okay? And we will get it done. Sorry, Jay. No, really, there's nothing that has been asked of us, in my opinion, that is outside the realm of we can't get this done. Okay? This is, in my opinion, this is what is going to separate us from any other software vendor in this industry. And then we can cut you guys loose. You can talk to your peers, and that's what's going to help our company grow as we move forward down the road, right? So tomorrow morning, first thing, I want us to crack on reports. That's going to take a little while. And so I want to get you when you're sleepy. Okay. We've already requested no coffee in the morning with breakfast. Like, I want you nodded off. Like, oh man, bring it, bring it. I feel like a Southern preacher up here. Let's go. No, really, reporting is a huge, major thing. We will be dedicating specific development staff to reporting 100% of the time until reporting gets to where it needs to be. End of story. My staff knows that it is non-negotiable. We've been working on reports for, yeah. Since my sweetie beau, Todd Kessner, talked to me in Memphis at our breakfast. And he has since, it's funny, like, everybody, like people pick on, like I get picked on terribly, and it's all right because I give it back terribly. But like I really, not very many things upset me. I don't take things personally. I'm all about, let's go get like, we got a job to do. Let's go get it done. Let's go to work, right? And if we got free time and we got a breather, let's go have some fun and let's enjoy life, right? So I'm all about that. And Todd, bless his heart, felt terrible. You were there. You were there. He sent. He is such an awesome dude. He sent me an email. He's like, Brent, I'm so sorry because I came across badly, and like I can't believe that I did that. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I really didn't. Because in my mind, if we don't do something for our clients, then we need to own it and we need to get it fixed and we need to move forward. Okay. That's a two-way street. I want you guys to recognize we're opening communication. We are going to be here for you. If there is something out there that you need done, and, please, I don't want to hear about it third hand. There isn't a reason for me to hear about an unhappy client third hand. You have the capability, and it's an open door policy to come to me or come to my staff, and we will get it taken care of. Okay? Are we good, everybody, with that? Okay. Yeah? Okay. You with me? You good? Everybody? Everybody good? Okay. And that's really how we are. Like I would much rather go through life enjoying each other and working hard together and let's get it done. And let's go places and let's make this software something that we can only dream about in 5 years or 10 years. Let's take 4-H where it's never been. There's no reason why we can't do it. I hear a lot, y'all. Well, we've never done it that way. 4-H has been around since like 1831. Yeah. I'm with it. I'm with it. So, I mean, the thing is like, let's get on the train and go get it done, right? So first thing in the morning, we got breakfast again. Bring your coffee mugs and your appetites because there was a whole lot. It was pretty sweet. I was pretty happy. Is everybody good with the venue, by the way? Any complaints about? I don't mind. I'm totally neutral. Jake,
I'm totally with you on that
add
one.
it.
I'm gonna add it to the list.
Add it to the list.
Number
Jake.
one priority for me as well. I got it.
I'm gonna have a guy dressed up as a Dr. Pepper can next year at the registration desk. You're gonna walk up, and there they're gonna be in tights. So there is. Is it what rocket is it? Falcon 9, heavy. The heavy. Well, there it is. So we have breakfast from 8 till 9, but at 8:45 there's a Falcon Heavy leaving the Cape. Yeah. And if there's a Falcon Heavy, it's probably not a bad idea to take a look at it. Okay? Cuz they thump. They thump. Yeah. I'll call Elon, see if he wants to drop by and hang with us, but I don't know. He's busy. Ukraine and all that stuff. He's got stuff going on. No, man, I got Starlink. It is awesome. Do you really? Oh, I bet you do. That's pretty awesome. Oh man, it's so good. Like that cat's got it going on. We were on. I signed up as a beta about the first week. I was able to sign up, and yeah, it was like December. I got the email going, hey, we're on. And I'm like, boom. Like I ran to the computer and like, send it, send it, send it. So it's really cool. That's where the world's going to go, by the way. So you guys get out. We 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock, Dave and Buster's. There should be plenty of parking, guys. Again, I've got food there. Yeah. Yeah. West Virginia, did y'all like get a Greyhound bus or something? Because there's like 26 of y'all. Did you drive down? You 95'd it? Did you come down 95 like the? Yeah. Yeah. So, well, Erica, let's just like put something together and let's figure if we can come up with something. It's literally not very far away, y'all, either. So, Dave and Buster's. That's pretty short. Are you okay? Huh? Oh, really? Huh. Okay. Okay. Cut loose. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys 6 o'clock over there if you want to go. Enjoy your rest. Have a good nap. Sleep all night. That's what I wish. Huh? Yeah, we can do that. Huh? Who needs a ride? Let's just get a group together. We can, between Trey, Jake, myself, we can make it happen. Huh? Wave? Oh, I'm so sorry, my online people who aren't going to Dave and Buster's tonight. I should have said, yeah, see y'all tomorrow. No, hey, bye bye, my online people. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Yeah. Send you something in the mail. Erica will. Okay, so we have a group here.